Members, the House is resumed on the second reading of the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill, and we're at call number 4.
Mr. Speaker.
Sign the court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to progress the bill to improve gas market transparency because there's nothing more important when a nation faces scarcity in one of its vital energy resources that we have the information that policymakers, decision makers and industry participants need to work out, firstly, how much gas is there, where are we going to get more gas from, whether it's LNG, a vital lifeline and link to the world's energy network that will allow New Zealand industrial gas users and electricity generators to have confidence that even if there are domestic interruptions or domestic challenges, we will always be connected to this very important source of energy, and not just energy, molecules that get turned into products that we use and consume every day, like the plastic in this pen. That is why it is important that we progress this legislation, the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill, and despite the histrionics and the bizarre pseudo-objections from Labor and Green MPs speaking in the House last night, we understand they will support the legislation because they understand that if we have more information, we can make better decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in the second reading. I think we learned last night what violent agreement looks like. We all agree with this bill, but this is what noise and thunder looks like. Mr. Speaker, we all acknowledge that we require good, timely and complete information. That's going to help, especially in a time when gas supply is at the moment declining. And that's going to help everybody, whether you're a supplier, a consumer of gas, helps the electricity sector, helps the government in terms of how we do things. Look, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to mention this excellent RIS that we've got here, and there's been quite a bit that's been talked about from the opposition about the decline in gas production since 2000, but if people actually look at the graph, there was a big drop sort of right about 2000, but then it was stable. It was pretty stable for a very long time, about 15 years, and then it started declining in around 2019. And of course, that was the time of the oil and gas ban. Now, the opposition would say, well, they basically cut the knees from under gas exploration, oil and gas exploration, and that's the area which we disagree. And they basically are relying on nobody going and looking for anything more, because if you don't look, you're not going to find. If you do look, and if you'd started looking in 2019, you might have found some things, and you might actually have been bringing them in production now. So Labor, I don't know, the Greens are defending Labor, but Labor has never looked in the mirror on this score. And what that's had a major impact on this country. It's lost us jobs, it's lost us businesses, and sometimes, the opposition complain about that loss of jobs, and they have been part of the cause of that situation. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to finish off by a few quotes that we had in front of Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee during this week. Members of the opposition were there, and this is from Meridian, who of course do not produce gas. They might use it, but they don't produce it. The reopening of New Zealand's oil and gas sorry, hang on, I'll get the right one. I'll find the right one there. Mr. Speaker, so here we go here. Material transition driven by the collapse in gas supply. Our pricing impacts will take years to overcome. There are no silver bullets. They acknowledge the pain. They want more affordable electricity, and they're doing all they can to mitigate. The best way is to continue to invest in new generation, which I think we get agreement on. But I did want to say this, Mr. Speaker. They also said that they are going as fast as they can to build new generation. They're slowed down by consenting. Fast track has made a hell of a difference. And so I thought that would be a good place. We're doing everything that we can to provide good information and also to get things built in this country so we can power our country. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wanting to look at the regulatory impact statement where it outlines the problem, the reason we need transparency in the gas industry. It points out that there is incomplete information. Our primary objective is to get accurate and complete information in the gas market. It points out that there is forecasts of overestimating production on the part of the gas industry. And it points out decisions are currently made on incomplete, inaccurate and asymmetric information. Inaccurate information, Mr. Speaker. You can read between the lines on that. The lack of good quality information, Mr. Speaker. Repeated reference in the regulatory impact statement to what is well known around the world. And I just want to elucidate for members before they freak out and jump out of their seats, that here I will quote from the Parliamentary Library search on information on industry overbooking, overestimating or overproving its reserves. The National Whistleblower Centre in 2020, fraudulent reserves reporting could hide stranded oil and gas assets. Companies overhyping in the Columbus Dispatch. The Royal Dutch Shell Petroleum Company paying $120 million to settle a Securities and Exchange Commission fraud case involving massive overstatement of proved hydrocarbon reserves. Shell admits it misled investors. The industry has systematically misreported the size of discovery for good commercial reasons. That's an academic paper from France in 2011. Let me read a quote for you from the Shell company, Mr. Speaker. This is from an executive in 2003. Walter van der Vieva, a senior executive of Royal Dutch Shell. I am becoming sick and tired about lying. Because the oil and gas industry faced its most embarrassing scandal after whistleblowers reported concerns about the size of the Royal Dutch Shell reserves. They surprised investors by slashing those reserve estimates because, in the words of that executive, they had been lying about them, Mr. Speaker. Of 19 of the largest shale companies reviewed in the New York Times, at least 7 increased their estimates of their reserves by more than 200%. Investors cheered the rule change that made them declare more openly because, of course, it stuffs up the industry more broadly and the users of gas if there is incorrect information on the forecasting. The Anadarko Corporation, according to a 2016 whistleblower complaint and securities class action, Anadarko inflated the value of its reserves by millions or even billions of dollars before it was purchased by Occidental Petroleum in 2019 for $38 billion, a delay that allowed executives to receive million-dollar bonuses for the sale. Former national government passed a thing called the Anadarko Amendment, Mr. Speaker, to stop people from protesting the drilling off the Raglan coast by that corporation, who, by the way, when they drilled, found nothing. Because there is no new oil and gas, Mr. Speaker, in this country. So we will be supporting this legislation because we support greater transparency for the good of the country. And we agree with the statement in the regulatory impact statement that points out the impact of there being misreporting or incorrect information is there's a lack of visibility of the sector more broadly. Gas users without upstream production facilities, they come in several categories. Electricity generators, industrial gas users, and some retailers all are impacted by the tradition, not just in this country, but across the world, of the gas industry overstating its reserves. And if you would understand the real cause of the energy crisis right now, apart from the war in Hormuz, it's that the industry have been overstating their reserves in this country, and that is why we need transparency in the statement of how much gas we actually have left, Mr. Speaker.
Ryan Hamilton.
News, Mr. Speaker. I think just about everyone wants to support this bill, so I too shall commend it.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, as has been reasonably well canvassed already, we are supporting this bill in the interests of transparency. It's a sensible bill. We'll have some questions to ask during the committee stage, but we do think that this is a bill that needs to go through. Even more so, it's a bill that is probably worthy of budget urgency, unlike aspects of the tax bill which went through earlier. It's also a bill where there is no great difficult issue to discuss, unlike the Social Security bill, where there is an extraordinary move to use artificial intelligence in assessing whether people are eligible for various benefits. Now, that should have gone to a select committee. It would be good to discuss some of these issues in a select committee, but sometimes there is stuff that the House needs to do fairly quickly, and we do know that we need this information from the gas industry fairly quickly. So a reasonably sensible bill, which we're reasonably happy to support. However, I do want to take up some of the comments that have been made by earlier speakers of this bill and some of the issues that have been canvassed very, very briefly by members of the government. And let's start with the comments made by Simon Court. And he opened with a statement that I agree with, stopped clock is correct twice a day. And that is the comments around scarcity, that we have a scarcity in our energy supply. In order to manage that scarcity, we need better information. So that's something we can agree with. It's where he went to next that I find puzzling. And his question was, where are we going to get more gas from? Now, the thing is, we have a problem of scarcity in our energy supply. We have a problem of scarcity in our gas supply, but those two words are not synonymous. There is more than one place from which to get energy. We do want to use our remaining already permitted gas resources sensibly as we transition through away from fossil fuels. So the sentiment on that side of the House seems to be that any energy source is a good energy source. But there are huge externalities associated with the use of fossil fuels. And in particular, the whole world is bearing the cost of the energy that is supplied by fossil fuels. The whole world is experiencing the increase in temperatures. The whole world is experiencing climate change. This is not a matter of going out to find new gas. This is a matter of using the remaining gas sensibly as we transition away from fossil fuels. Now, for that reason, we do need the information about the remaining gas supply in this country that this bill will give us. And the thing is, with more information, as Simon Court said, we can make better decisions. Simon Court is right. With more information, we can make better decisions. The trouble is that Simon Court ignores a whole lot of new information we have found in the last decades. The new information about climate change, the new information about the way our whole world is being affected. And there's another whole set of new information that Mr. Court has been ignoring, and that is the much better access to renewable energy. And this is where the casual equation of gas with energy is a mistake. Energy is much, much wider than just gas. Energy also contains the renewable energies. If we want an example of what a country can do when it's starved of hydrocarbons, sadly, let's look at what's happening in Cuba at the moment. That country is being starved of hydrocarbons, and it is leading to the most rapid transition to solar in any country that has ever been seen. There is a great source of energy available to us that is not fossil fuels, and that source of energy is the sun and solar power. That energy is also the wind and energy from wind. Now, the cry on the other side is that those energy sources are intermittent. But even in Germany, they can use solar power. Even in countries which don't have great resources of sun and wind, those renewable sources are available. And in terms of getting, as the bleaters over there are talking about, the firming, that firming capacity is available to us from geothermal. There are a whole set of resources available to us, which if used wisely and well are available to us. We have our enormous hydro lakes in the South Island, which could be our long-term battery if we move to lots more renewable power. But so far, this is not happening. So yes, let's make a sensible plan for using the remaining gas. Let's plan around it. But we do need to make this urgent transition to renewable power. Now, the cry from the other side has been, well, what about the jobs? Apparently, there's no jobs if we don't have fossil fuels. What about the enormous source of jobs that is available to us? High-skilled technical jobs, well-paid jobs that are available in places, could be available in places like Taranaki, like Northland, if we made the move to renewable power. The jobs for electricians, for installers, for people maintaining those sites. There are huge sources of jobs available, and jobs where the profits remain in New Zealand. That would be an excellent source of jobs. So let's have a think about, well, let's have a solar farm over in the Hawke's Bay as well. There are ways of doing this, and we can do this. We can and we must do this. We must do it because otherwise we simply refuel and reinforce climate warming. Now, I do want to talk to some of the issues that they've raised because what happened to the transition plan? Under the Labour government, work was beginning and was underway on a transition plan to transition away from fossil fuels, to keep the jobs going, to ensure that we had the right energy sources. Gone. They just stopped the work on that, and now they have been caught out because it is becoming urgent. And one of the reasons it's becoming urgent is that there have been no new sources of fossil fuels in this country for the last quarter of a century. You know, over there they say that the reason that we have no oil and gas is because in 2018-19, the previous government stopped issuing permits for new areas of offshore exploration. Onshore exploration could still carry on. Exploration in existing permits could still carry on. But nothing has been found in those areas. It's not economic to go searching for them. The bleating, the crying over there, it ignores the reality of the world that nothing has been found at a commercial level. There is not just that there is no gas available now, it is that the gas has not been found. And as my colleague Megan Wood said yesterday, chatter away all they like, bleat away all they like, whinge away all they like, the hard, cold facts of the geology and of science says there is no resource there available. So let's get realistic. We need a transition plan to move away from fossil fuels. We need to ensure that we move rapidly to renewable energy. In order to do that effectively, sure, we do need to use those remaining gas fields well. In particular, we need to look after our domestic users. This bill will help with that, and for that reason we are supporting this bill. If you'd sit down, I've still got 2 seconds left, Dan Bidwar. That was so rude. Mr. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker,
point of order.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Point of order. I know the Speaker is keen to have his 10 minutes worth, but I did think it was actually at least a little rude that he was up and on his feet before my allocated time had expired.
The point is taken. Please wait till the clock is run down before you jump up.
No, Mr. Speaker, this bill is all part of the government's plan to fix the basics and build the future. Let's get it done. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to take some time to make a contribution to this important debate. The member who just finished used more time of the previous member's speaking slot than of his own to not make his point. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill because energy security matters in New Zealand, and so that's what we need to be giving the appropriate time to debate and examine in budget urgency this morning, because it really is a very important issue. Now, I want to start by looking at the regulatory impact statement and just remarking on how good it is that we have one, but also that it goes into detail here about the changes that are happening in the gas market. It talks very specifically about New Zealand's gas reserves steadily declining and reducing faster than previously forecast. I think that's a really important point, and it's something that a number of speakers from the other side of the House seem to be in some sort of denial about, and I think that that's a frustrating situation if that's the case or if that's the opinion. But also, the regulatory impact statement goes on to talk about the impacts of that, and it talks about closures of the Winston Pulp International Sawmill, the OG Fibres paper mill, the OG also ceasing paper production at Kinleith, and Carter Holt Harvey closing its Eves Valley sawmill. Now, since this regulatory impact statement was written, we've also seen closures at McCain and Watties in the North Island as well. So we know that this is a big issue. But we also know that this has been an issue that Labor was working on in the last time we were in government, and since then it seems that work has, if not slowed down, potentially completely stopped from this government. And I thought, this reminds me of something. And I thought, what does this remind me of? And then I remembered that a couple of weeks ago, I got on a plane in Christchurch to fly to Wellington, something I do most weeks, and I sat in my seat, I was in row 6, and the person sitting in the aisle opposite me put on their headphones, as many of us do on a flight, and the plane took off, and we flew towards Wellington. Now, we got about halfway into the flight, and it was an unusual flight. The plane was performing differently to what you would come to expect. And so the cabin crew and the pilot very, very calmly explained to us that there were some engineering issues with the plane and that they were going to turn us around and they were going to fly us back to Christchurch and safely land. And we all thought, or I thought, we all thought that was a good plan and a good idea, and we were comfortable with that. And sure enough, the plane turned around and we flew back to Christchurch and we safely landed in Christchurch. And we got off the plane and we walked into the airport. Now, that person who had been sitting opposite me with their noise-cancelling headphones on arrived at Christchurch Airport, walked off the plane, walked into Christchurch Airport and said, "Where am I?" Because the duration of that flight was the equivalent duration of if you'd made an end-to-end flight from Christchurch to Wellington. But instead, because that person had been existing in another world for the period of that flight, they had no idea where they were. And I thought, That's what this reminds me of. This government reminds me of a passenger with noise-cancelling headphones who thinks they're heading in one direction, but because they're not paying any attention to the many signals that they are receiving from the pilot, from the cabin crew, and from their fellow passengers, they arrive somewhere and don't know where they are. And that's what this looks like. So 2.5 years into government, having not been paying attention, they now need to urgently, in budget urgency, move to introduce this. So the current transition plan simply seems to be that there isn't one. So we will support this bill, and our speeches have been, as you will have heard, supportive of the intent of this bill. But I think what we're also saying is that on its own, it's not the plan that we need. It looks a lot like someone who's been wearing noise-cancelling headphones, thinking that they're heading to one place, only to discover when they put their feet on the ground and get the reality check that they need, they are actually, in fact, potentially back where they started. So we will support the bill, but it is not the energy plan that New Zealand needs and that New Zealand deserves.
Mr. Speaker. Tom Rutherford.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I had my noise-cancelling headphones. Mr. Speaker, this is all about our plan to fix the basics and build the future. I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brooklyn.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, so here we are in the second reading of the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill. And we have heard a number of second reading speeches that were very brief, but the Minister did add something. And after we have another couple of speeches, we will be in Committee of the Whole. So I might raise some issues here in the second reading that will be relevant to that Committee of the Whole stage for the Minister. And hopefully he's not wearing headphones and is listening, so we can be as efficient as possible in this, because apparently this is somewhat about efficiency. But what I want to start out with is just going back to basics, the actual basics of what we're talking about here, because there seems to be quite a lot of muddled sentiment about what this bill is about, and some magical thinking that it's going to resolve all sorts of different problems, and that there's all these problems caused by the previous Labour Party, which is absolutely not true. So we know in New Zealand that we use a good number of different energy sources, and we heard Megan Woods talk in her second reading speech about that difference between electrons and molecules. So in New Zealand, about 50% of our energy use comes from, or is still derived from, fossil fuels at some stage. Most of the gas that we are talking about in the Gas Act comes from fossil fuels. So that is that they are the molecules. Now, some of those fossil fuels are converted into electricity. That is, they turn to the electrons. Much of that energy could jump the molecule step and just be electrons. And that is what Deborah Russell was talking about in her speech before. That when we are thinking about the whole energy system in New Zealand, that there is much opportunity to skip the molecules and go straight to electrons. And that, of course, should be our focus if we are trying to decarbonise our economy, Mr. Speaker. And we often hear the terms electricity being used interchangeably with energy. And, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of energy, as I noted before, used in New Zealand that is not coming from electricity. Now, of course, when we're talking about fossil fuels, we are not just talking about gas. There are other fossil fuels as well. There is liquid fossil fuels in terms of petroleum, and there is thermal fossil fuels. There is coal as well. This legislation is clearly not about those other fossil fuels, but it is about gas. And it's not just about the gas that we might find and obtain from Taranaki. It is also about the gas that comes into New Zealand. That is my understanding. I'm very happy for the Minister to say that somehow this is different and it's only about New Zealand's reserves. But from listening to the Minister's speech before, this bill is not just about New Zealand's gas reserves. It is about all gas that comes into New Zealand, whether it originates from New Zealand or is imported in. And then, of course, we know that some gas is exported out of New Zealand as well. The point being, these are all fossil fuels that we're talking about, and we want desperately for New Zealand to change its economy to decarbonise. Now, that takes time, and we've heard Megan Woods again speak about the importance of a just transition when you're transitioning, and to plan for it, which is why you need an energy plan, something that we've heard debate in this House, in this sitting block. There have been questions to the Prime Minister about this, and it seems like this government's not interested in a plan to do that. What in fact this government wants to do is to sit around, point some fingers, and totally continue their reliance on fossil fuels, and that is very disappointing. So what this bill is doing is saying, well, we have an issue in New Zealand with the actual amount of gas, the fossil fuel in New Zealand at the moment, because so many users of the gas are still dependent on having gas. They have not done a transition so that they can use electrons rather than those molecules. And, Mr. Speaker, this decarbonisation can happen for difficult to decarbonise industries that rely on industrial heat. So, for example, in the great electorate of Dunedin, recently I've been at gone to visit two different electric boilers. So that is that they are using the electrons, and these are both boilers that were using gas. One was using natural gas, and that was at Lyons at the Spates factory, now 150 years old, and happy birthday to Spates. And the other at Preen's Dry Cleaners, which is a big laundry, takes a whole lot of hotel laundry, and that had been using LPG. So thanks to the SURF, the Climate Emergency Response Fund, and the Giddy Fund, those companies were able to do the investigations and the seed funding, and both those companies told me they would not have converted from their fossil fuel molecules to renewable electrons had it not been for that seed funding. They put the majority of the money in, and both companies are now very pleased that they did that, because obviously gas prices have gone up. But anyway, my point is that what this bill is doing is saying all of the gas that is in our economy, we want to know more about where it's being distributed, and who those commercial players are, not the domestic houses, but those commercial players. Who is using that gas? When do they need to use it? And hopefully, although I don't think it's in here, what is their plan to get off that gas? What is their plan to move from molecule to electron? That's the missing piece here. And it's the missing piece from everything that we hear from those government benches. Instead, we hear that, we need to put government money, taxpayer money, in terms of, we're talking about subsidies, I just heard those words used before, into an LNG terminal so that we can continue importing foreign fossil fuels into New Zealand and we can embed the use of that gas into our economy, rather than saying, here is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, here is an opportunity to say to everyone, it is worth it. It is worth making the long-term investment now to change your processes from the use of molecules of fossil fuels to renewables and to electrons. But instead, and of course that will take more investment. Nobody is saying that firming's not a problem and that we need to do more investment in this space. But here is the opportunity to do it, and instead this government is turning away and talking about LNG terminals. And that is very sad. What is useful is that we are going to have some regulations, if the regulations are made under this, to be able to make good decisions and to do planning. So I implore that government to actually do some planning and to do planning so that we can move away from a reliance on fossil fuels, foreign or otherwise, and move to a more renewable New Zealand, a decarbonised New Zealand.
Let us move into the committee stage for the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill to fixing the basics and building the future for New Zealand. I commend the bill.
Excellent. Dr. Lawrence Zudan.
Speaker. I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Kakariki. As we heard from my previous two speakers, Steve Abel and also Scott Willers, we do support this bill. But I think both Steve and Scott canvass the broader issue of the gas market and what we see in terms of the transparency of information quite well. But I also think that this is actually a good, I think, to start with when we're looking at market transparency or just looking at transparency in general, whether it is to do with the gas industry or whether it is to do with PPP or whether it is to do with anything that the public would be interested in or is of public interest. We should be striving for more transparency in all regards. But there are a couple of things in this bill, Mr. Speaker, that I want to speak on. I think this is just to kind of indicate also on some of the questions that potentially could come up later on in the committee stage. The main thing about this, and then, people talked about the purpose of this bill, like I said, read quite well. But the main substance of the bill is a secondary legislation. So this is, we're looking at a regulator-making power under the new 56AA of the Gas Act. But one of the things that is in there, and it does list a number of things that the gas company or the gas in terms of the disclosure of gas market information by industry participant or consumer, which does not include a domestic consumer. While that is there, I think we've heard previously from other speakers as well that it doesn't quite go far enough as what we see in some other comparable jurisdiction, such as Australia. And I think it is, if we're going to be doing something like this, we might as well do it all the way. Because as we know, Australia is not really the shining example when it comes to the gas market. Yet, they're still doing it better than what we're doing here, and even with this particular bill. So I think there is room for us to consider and question additionally what information could also be added or how we are able to strengthen this particular regulation under 56AA. What is also interesting around this area is that there is no real end date or real date that has been given on when that regulation must be made. So while we understand that secondary legislation are made by the Governor General by order of council under the recommendation of a particular minister, and we're talking a big game about transparency and how good this is and how much we support it, commencement date, the day after royal ascent, fabulous. But there is actually no real date given on when that regulation will kick into effect. I think that is something we do need to hear from the minister on, just to be able to get a sense of, well, when is this going to happen? I think finally, in terms of the bill, before I move on to what I've now just discovered is the minister's own amendment paper, is around, well, if an industry or an industry participant or consumer failed to declare or have declared incorrectly, what are the repercussions when it comes to that kind of offense? You know, I know that the government's party seems to be all very keen on this idea of being tough on crime, yet we don't see the same approach when it comes to white-collar crime, for example. So when it comes to something like this, if an industry failed to declare or declared incorrectly, based on what we see in this bill and based on what we see in the Gas Act, the maximum penalty is $200,000, right? But, as we heard from the previous speaker, petroleum companies earn millions and billions a year. $200,000 is peanuts compared to that. So is that something that will actually deter potential offenders? I think that is also an important discussion to have. So overall, Mr. Speaker, we do support this bill. We believe this bill can be strengthened, and we are keen to engage with the minister in the committee stage.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House and Committee for consideration of the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
Members, we come to the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill. Members, we come first to Part 1. This is the debate on proposed new Clause 3A and Clause 4, main amendments to the Principal Act. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again this morning.
Nice to see you too.
Before I ask some questions on Part 1, I'd just like to refer to the explanatory note, Madam Chair, because it's useful for us to get a broad view of where the Minister sees the problem and what the nature of that problem is. In the explanatory note on the first page, it's very clear that the bill is designed to make more efficient decisions for market participants and to require industry to disclose relevant market information to the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, or to the industry body for gas, the gas industry. The language is interesting, Mr. Chair, because those regulations are intended to facilitate the collection of additional, accurate and complete information. It's interesting the use of all three of those words, not just additional or complete, but accurate is a notable word. The implication of the use of that word is that we've had inaccurate information to date. The power will allow the government to address key gaps in information, i.e., has the industry been somewhat economical with the information that it's made available? The approach is necessary because much of the information available about gas markets is incomplete, to quote again the gas explanatory note for this bill. And the problem with that is that poor information leads to inefficient decisions about the constrained supply of gas and ultimately to higher costs for New Zealanders. There is the key point, that if we don't have this accurate information, we're going to get higher costs. So my question for the Minister regarding the broader objectives of this document, as elucidated in the explanatory note, is what advice has he received on the New Zealand gas industry overstating, overbooking, overproving, or overestimating its reserve volumes? Have you received information about the inaccuracy of what the gas industry has been providing to the public, to its users, to the government? And the reason I ask that very specific question, Mr. Chair, is because we know, as I elucidated in my speech, that unfortunately the oil and gas industry globally has form for overstating, overproving, or overestimating its gas reserves, because that relates to the value of that industry. So could you please answer that question, Mr. Minister? Have you had advice on the New Zealand industry overstating, overbooking, overproving, or overestimating its reserve volumes? Thank you.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a series of very short questions for the Minister, but in this call I just want to ask the overarching question about the option that the Minister has chosen to go for. Option 4, as set out in the regulatory impact statement, which is to amend the Gas Act to create a new regulation-making power for the information gathering, as opposed to the other options which range from the status quo through to a more hardwired, legislated requirement to collect the information and publish it, which would have taken us closer to the Australian regime. What we can see from the regulatory impact statement, that actually going for option 5, which was amending the Gas Act to collect and publish information via notice, actually could have been implemented faster, that it seems to have had a 6 months implementation window as opposed to the 12 months. That the option that he's chosen to go with, option 4, is taken. Now, given the case that is made in the explanatory note and in the regulatory impact statement on the need for this legislation, why the Minister has chosen to go for the lighter touch option that will take longer to implement.
The Honourable Richard Brooker.
I'm interested in what I was saying in my second reading speech and my first reading speech, for the Minister to clarify at a very high level that these regulations are not just about what's happening in New Zealand's reserves, but it is about all the gas that is coming to New Zealand wherever it's originated from. And I think it's useful for the Minister to clarify that when talking about domestic consumers, that is defined in the Gas Act and is talking about households. So we're thinking of households as differently. These regulations don't apply to households, but they do apply to companies and businesses that are using gas. That's my second question. Then I'm very interested in Roman 1, which is, at clause 4, so new 1A, Roman 1, petroleum reserves and resources within the meaning of the Petroleum Resources Management System. And this petroleum resources management system, if we look to the next page, is defined at sub 4, and it says in this section, petroleum resources management system means the system of that name developed and published by the Society of Petroleum Engineers and available on the Society's internet site. Now, Mr. Chair, and to the Minister, I've gone on to that internet site, and it seems, I'm sure the Minister will know much more about this international society. That is, I'm sure these are good international standards that everybody uses, but it's interesting because to access the document, you have to put in your email address and then they do email it to you. But I'm interested in the fact that New Zealand primary legislation, so our law, is going to have a definition that is based on an international society's definition somewhere on their website, that you have to have it emailed to you. This seems like a very unusual way to make laws, primary legislation in particular. So I'm interested, and I couldn't see in the regulatory impact statement if there was anything on this point. So I'm not disputing the importance of the society or the rigour that's gone into that document or any of those issues. It's just that our law is now referring to an internet site when actually the document's not even, you can't access it from the internet site. And then also, whilst we're still on one, I think it would be useful if the Minister could to explain to us the link between petroleum reserves and gas reserves. I know that there is some chemistry and physics there, and that they are of course interrelated, but if he could explain how petroleum reserves are relevant to this amendment and these regulations, because of course this is all part, these amendments are going into the Gas Act, and the gas is defined in the Gas Act, and gas means a gas, as we all learnt about in, I don't know, standard for science, something like that, different states. And so, how is liquid form relevant? Is it relevant? That's all I'm asking, and if he could answer that very simple question, that would be useful.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Morning, everyone. We're working our way through 6-clause bill, and we're talking about clauses 4 and 5. In regards to the question from Honourable Rachel Brooking, around government's plan to get New Zealand businesses off gas, market-led transition, private businesses are best determine their own energy sources and whether they transition away from gas or not. You will be aware that we've launched a loan guarantee scheme that will help firms switch away from gas to electricity, and that's one mechanism that is in play, particularly those that are constrained by capital and have the ability to transition, acknowledging about a third of manufacturing firms in New Zealand do not have a pathway to transition off gas. Think coffee bean roasting or bread production, which is quite critical to your morning breakfast. In regards to some of the questions just raised in the second reading, which are relevant to this clause around maximum penalties, 200k Lawrence Yunnan, there is also a 10k per day ongoing penalty for non-compliance, so that's in addition to that other charge. In regards to the point raised by Rachel Brooking around AP, response to minor and technical issues identified by officials after the bill was approved by Ledge. In regards to Megan Woods' question around why so much discretion, the exact types of information will be provided from whom, and we couldn't and didn't wish to seek that out in primary Ledge, but we will do so through regulation, and we'll look to pass the regulations as soon as practical once this bill is passed. Australian provisions noted by Megan Woods and Lawrence Yunnan, most if not all of the items of information Australia requires could be required under this legislation under our regulation powers.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I notice that the Minister has said it's only a 6-clause bill. We are nevertheless going bit by bit through clause 4, which is the substantive clause of this bill, and does all the work. I want to just focus on 56, the new section 56AA1A, and it's excuse me. The information that's required and that is given is to industry participants or a consumer other than a domestic consumer. Now, I can understand why domestic consumers are not required to provide the information. They are at the end of the chain on this gas stuff. But one of the things that is happening in terms of the gas supply in this country is a sense of unease for domestic consumers as to whether or not they are going to continue to have gas supplied to them, as to whether partly it's gas for barbies if you go and get your can filled up, your gas canister filled up at the petrol station, but it's also whether or not they will continue to have sufficient gas to supply stoves, heaters, hot water and so on. Now, so I'm looking from the Minister for what advice he has received around domestic consumers, the extent to which they will get reassurance about their gas supply. There's another issue, of course, the extent to which we continue to hook new buildings up to gas, though that's entirely separate from this bill. But I do think that existing domestic, household consumers of gas could do with some reassurance as to whether or not they will continue to get gas supply. Actually, there's a good reason for this. As we know, New Zealanders are keen renovators. They change their houses around. They redo their kitchens. It would be good for people to understand whether or not this would be a good time if they're in the process of redoing their kitchens. Maybe this is the time to go to an electric hob rather than a gas hob. If they're redoing a bathroom and so on, maybe this is the time to make the move. So a little bit of reassurance for domestic consumers, please, Minister.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr Chair, in regards to households and domestic consumers, it represents about 7% of total gas usage. Households as a whole use so little gas that it would be too disruptive to impose such obligations we're referring to here onto them. In regards to the certainty of their supply, we're not aware of any concerns in that regard. However, we do know that the pure economics of gas versus electricity mean that many consumers are transitioning off gas onto electricity because it is cheaper if they have the ability to do so. A question in regards to petroleum and the definition, Honourable Rachel Brooking. Gas is a subset of petroleum. Petroleum includes both gas and oil products.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And my question is on, relates to Clause 4, new sections 56AA and 56AAB. And it's really related, I think my point, or the question I've got for the Minister, given that the Minister also holds the responsibility for climate change, is about emissions, because we have a fantastic opportunity here. If we're thinking about transparency in general, thinking about transparency in the availability of gas, we should also be thinking about transparency in the emissions that gas releases if we use it. So I've got a proposal for the Minister that I'd hope the Minister might consider, and it's an amendment that we've put in called Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill, proposed amendments. Clause 4, new sections 56AA and 56AAB, and cross-headed inserted after Clause 4, new section 56AA 1A7, page 2, after line 32, insert 8, information on emissions emitted by gas. Now, a very simple amendment, but a very useful amendment, because as the Minister will know, as Minister for Climate Change, we do need to count our emissions. So this is just about transparency, and it's about improving legislation to make sure that we have legislation that does the job that we would expect of it, which is to give us the data that we need to understand what our emissions profile is, to understand our risk as our emissions grow, and the cost to the economy if we do not act to reduce those emissions. So a very simple amendment and a proposal that I hope the Minister can respond to, that I would hope that the Minister would accept that this could be adopted, slid in there to make sure that we are able to take note of the emissions and give greater transparency to what we can see in front of us. Thank you.
Mr Chair, with respect, on the side of the House, we're not into slipping and sliding around amendments. The amendment that the member is proposing, in my view, is out of scope because this bill is putting in place regulation-making powers. What the member is trying to do is put in the detail of what those regulations would be, and that will be for the government to determine. That's not in scope. We're simply looking at the powers to put in place a regulation-making ability for government.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you for the Minister going through answering questions. As my colleague Tipa Russell alluded to, there really is just one clause that does the heavy lifting, well, does all the lifting, apart from the amendment in this, so we will be going through subclause by subclause around this. In the answer to a question that the Minister, to Deborah Russell, rightly said that we wouldn't be trying to collect information off domestic users of gas. No one is suggesting that is what we are doing. But in that 56AA1A2, forecasts of supply and demand, has the Minister given any thought to how new connection data for gas connections could be built into those forecasts? Because one of the reasons that we're putting in place this regulatory power to get this information is for policy making. It's not just for commercial use, it's for policy makers to use it. So actually having good sight into the rate of connections and any trends that are happening in there. So what thought has been given to how we might do that? But more broadly on 56AA1, my question is, which goes through the kinds of information that are going to be collected, so petroleum reserves and resources, forecasts of supply and demand, information on how much gas, information on any risks, agreements to trade, including volumes, prices, parties, all the kinds of things that you'd expect would be collected in there. But I want to know, in making the policy decisions around this legislation, what categories of information will be prioritised first? What thought has been given to this list in terms of prioritisation? Is the list as it appears? I know it's a list that says, for example, but is this indicative of the kind of prioritisation that may be given in terms of the information that is asked for when the regulations are set? And how will the Minister make those decisions against each other? Because the reserves, outages, near-term production, contract data, these are all vital pieces of information. Some will be more important for others, some will be more pertinent to policymakers, some will be more pertinent for gas users. And in making the choices around regulation, how will the prioritisation be carried out by the Minister?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Just in regards to the question on clause 4.1a, 1 to 7, and questions in regards to prioritising and other aspects, and whether that list is representative of the priority in which government will look at. What that list represents is the scope of the areas in which the regulation-making powers will be within. It will be for Cabinet and Government, subsequent to this law passing, to put in place the detail of what those regulations are and work their way through that. It'd be fair to say that the concern's been noted by members around the House on the need for more transparency, and that is absolutely something that is shared across the House in the context of that information, and that will be the intent. We'll obviously take on board what other players and other jurisdictions are doing in this area to ensure that our issue is fit for purpose. But the fundamental issue here is that the information that we are currently receiving is not sufficient to make informed-based decisions in regards to policy and other matters, which is at the detriment of our ability to affect and take action as a government and ensure that we mitigate the risk of the implications of less gas availability and the flow-through impacts that on economic growth of the country. So that is the intent. It's not within. I'm just giving that as background context because the scope of this bill is only to establish the regulating-making powers. When we start getting into what's going to be included in those regulations, that is not in scope of this bill. But I think just for context for the members, just to explain that.
Honourable Megan Woods, at this stage we've obviously got a well-informed and participating Minister and members, so quite happy for members to go back and forth if we can facilitate that.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And just in response to the Minister's answer, and I thank him for it, absolutely appreciate that this is a piece of legislation putting in place regulation-making power, and I do remind the Minister that we haven't had a very fulsome response. We haven't really had a response to why it is the policy decision was made to go with a regulatory making power piece of legislation over legislating for the powers that would be collected. So I think going back to that first principle question is really important in the terms of this committee stage. The other piece of information that the Minister said that it will be Cabinet to decide the detail, and it is a job of this House when granting regulatory making powers to an executive is to understand through the course of that legislation the criteria and the weightings that will be given in making those decisions to bring in the regulation. So that's what I would like to hear from the Minister. I appreciate the problem definition statement the Minister has given us again, but what we haven't had is any discussion in forming this policy around this legislation is what relative weightings will be given by Cabinet when they make the decisions about making the regulations. I'm not asking the Minister to spell out what the regulations will be. I'm asking him to tell us from a policy formation perspective what the relative weightings and criteria will be, and in terms of how that will differ if they're seeking for information gathering for public policy purposes or whether it is information gathering for commercial gas use purpose.
Mr. Chair,
Minister.
I mean, 2 calls ago I did provide a high-level overview in regards to why we're not putting more information in primary legislation. As I said, the exact types of information to be provided and from whom would be too detailed to set out in primary legislation. There is also significant movement in the gas market, and the kinds of information necessary to inform market and government policy is changing rapidly. We need the ability to move fast in regards to that, hence the ability to do so through regulations. If we had regulations here and now today, we could have addressed the issues of updating the regulations without having to use House time, but the legislation currently that we have and why we're doing this change is not sufficient to gather the information we require.
Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for that. In terms of moving through 56AA1, and if we look at B through D now in there, I think one of the things that still appreciate the Minister's answer, but still don't have a good sense in that area B through D of what the design principles and any policy discussions that have sat behind that that will guide the frequency and format of the information that will be sought when regulations are put in place. And the other question that I think the House needs to know from this committee stage is whether there will be, what measures will be put in place by the executive when they are making those regulations to look at existing reporting and seeing how that may cross over. Will there be duplication? Will that be something that will be taken into account when those decisions are made? And what reassurances can the Minister give, given that it is an executive power that is going to be used to do this, in terms of the predictability of the information, in terms of the content, but also in terms of the timing? Because I think one of the things, if we put this against the Australian system, which has a more hard baked in system, it has a gazette system, people have that predictable knowledge of when that information will be available to them. How will the New Zealand system operate in those terms?
Mr. Chair, I refer the member to subsection section 56AA2, which sets out the criteria related to the points that the member is raising around considerations that the Minister has the ability to make in terms of considering the implications. And the member specifically talked about where there may be a duplication around process. We had another question before around new connections for members' interest. Gas industry group also already publish data on new connections.
Steve Abel.
Mr.
Chair, and thank you to the Minister for his questions and responsiveness. In 56AA Part 1 still, brackets 1, in terms of the disclosure of that information, Minister, I wonder if you could, in regard to petroleum reserves and resources, give us a quick answer to my initial question today as to if you have any advice on the extent to which the industry may have been providing overstated or overbooked or overproven estimates of their reserves. It will be useful for us to understand that and for the public to understand that as means of clarifying the necessity for this legislation, which we all agree it is. In terms of the information that is to be disclosed, in 56AA E, you require the contents of gas market information to be independently assessed for accuracy and certified by a person who is approved by the industry body or secretary. I wonder, Minister, how does he envisage that accuracy will be assured? There is evidence from overseas examples of where there's been overproving, overbooking of reserves, that whistleblowers from within industry, such as reserve engineers, are a vital path to getting accurate information. Because, of course, it is a challenge for those who work within an industry that wants to keep information close to its chest. It's a challenge to get that information accurately reported. So, for example, a person by the name of Lee Fife, who was the former reserve engineer who blew the whistle on the Anadarko executives in 2016, said that the executives rejected and hid internal drilling reports from engineers when reports showed that the Shenandoah field had far less oil than previously predicted. So I wonder, has he considered the way that he will verify the accuracy of the information that he is requiring the industry to provide? It says that it will be independently assessed for accuracy and certified by a person who is approved by the industry. How does he protect those people from the influence of that industry should it wish to not be transparent about the status of its reserves? Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
Refer the member, just for background context, to the Frontier review that the government undertook in regards to the electricity market. And in that review, it quoted, and I quote, "Information published on the New Zealand gas market is fragmented and incomplete." And that's the underlying feedback and recommendation of which is why we are here to ensure that we mitigate. In regards to the way in which we will mitigate the points around, how do we ensure that we get right information? How do we make sure that there's mechanisms for ensuring the information we get is true and accurate? Most of, if not all of those items of information and processes that can be required and could be required are the ability of the regulating mating power that we are doing here. And the fact that this bill would allow us to put in place more comprehensive information gathering powers and requirements than currently is the status quo, or potentially than Australia, is absolutely within the guiser of the government. But what we're doing here is the regulation making power in order to do that. Some examples that may be, which is in play in Australia, is around 7-day look-ahead production forecasts, weekly and monthly pricing data for contracts under 12 months, and disclosures on volumes of uncontracted gas. Those are examples in the Australian model where, again, I'm just signalling to you that when we get this law passed today, then we'll be able to start progressing at pace those regulations and get those into play into the market. We need that in play in the market as fast as possible because we need better information to make more informed decisions.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the Minister for methodically working through the questions. I just do point the Minister to the fact that still outstanding is the design features that will guide the frequency and format. So if we could have an answer to that one as well. And Mr Speaker, I just want to move on now to 56AA1E, and this is the clause that my colleague Steve Abel just talked about, which is requiring the contents of the information to be independently assessed for accuracy and certified by a person who is approved by the industry body. In the regulations or in any other instruments that the government has, will there be any guardrails put around who can be approved by the industry body, or is it entirely left to the industry body around who they can use to do their independent assessment of the accuracy of the data, or will there be any prescription that will go in there? The other question is, will this clause, the subclause rather, will that certification apply to all data, or will there be a threshold around, say, for example, high impact data? That will be around reserves, things that are seen to make a material difference, or does the Minister envision that it could, if there were to be, for example, new connections data that would come through in the supply and demand forecasts, whether it would apply there? So going back to the list of examples that are given in 56AA1A1 through 7, does he see that independent certification applying equally through all of those kind of measures? And has there, in policy making, been any consideration of thresholds?
Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I'm still on my States of Matter question, and thank you to the Minister for saying petroleum can be a gas. I just want clarification that this is only in the state of being gas and not as a liquid, or are there some definition somewhere else that somehow bring in the liquid form? That was my question about Roman 1. And also, he hasn't answered any of my questions about the use of a foreign internet site for a definition in New Zealand law. Then going on, I'm interested in at Roman 3 and 5, there's information about agreements or information about how much is being supplied or is being supplied to consumers. I realise the wording for Roman 3's, there's an amendment paper there. But my question here is, could that information be about a specific agreement? That's the question. Is it, does it have to be general, or are these coming into the specifics? Noting, of course, that 7% domestic consumers aren't included. Then moving on to subclause 2, and those safeguards that are included in subclause 2. There's talk there at B and C that it's assisting the government in overseeing, monitoring or regulating any gas market. Is that wide enough to include planning and policy settings? At C, it's also to assist in the co-regulation of the gas industry by the government and the industry body, but that's the co-regulation, which is an interesting part of this Gas Act. So question there is, are these regulations going to be made in a way that can inform the planning and the policy settings that we've been talking about? So that's 4 questions. My next question is to the relevance of biogases, and apologies for not knowing everything about the Gas Act, but where do they fit with this? Is that something that can be included? And then I'm also interested in the Minister's reference to a third of manufacturers or businesses in New Zealand don't have a pathway to transition away from gas. And the example he used was coffee roasters. And I'm wondering if he gave that example because it's Saturday morning and we were here till midnight last night, and if that is some cruel way to remind us that we're not sitting around having a nice Saturday coffee. Not that that often happens. But the third that don't have the transition, is the point here to get the 2/3 that he says do have a transition pathway off gas, or is that not the point? And then what happens to that third? If he would like to make some more remarks about that. But to remind him, are we dealing with liquid states of petroleum somehow through this? Why is there reference to an international internet site? We have to send an email to get the document. What is the relevance of biogas? Are these regulations going to be set in such a way, or can they be set in such a way, given the safeguards, to inform planning and policy settings? And will part of that be to enable the 2/3 of users who he says can transition to do that transition, and will it help with that remaining 1/3? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you much, Mr Chair. So biogas would be included in regards to the member's question. We had a question earlier from the Greens in regards to protection of whistleblowers. This is covered under the Protected Disclosures Protection of Whistleblowers Act 2022. Honourable Megan Woods had a question around frequency and format of regulations. No decisions have been made in regards to that. We'll decide on the frequency or format after consultation with the gas sector once this bill is passed today. Had another question in regards to information about a separate agreement. Yes, the bill could require information on specific agreements. The New Zealand gas industry includes a few large users that the members will be aware of, and in some cases specific agreements may be requested as part of the information gathering process. However, that's why we've got the ability to have information that will be retained as confidential to the government because some of that will be commercial in confidence.
Scott Wallace.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I appreciate, I've got quite a number of questions, but I'll try and keep it simple. And actually, before I do, I'd just like to address the point about coffee roasters, because at the Carbon and Any Professionals conference earlier this week, we did see examples of coffee roasters that have been electrified, and this doesn't seem like it should challenge us on a Saturday morning. We can have electrified coffee, Mr Speaker, and for the Minister. So let's celebrate the small wins, but while we're doing that, I want to address Part 1, Clause 4, 1 Roman numeral 7, because what we're talking about here is the information to help other industry participants or consumers, other than domestic consumers, to make informed decisions in connection with gas markets. And this is really, really important, as the Minister has indicated, but I want a little bit more detail, if he would, because what we have is that we can see gas network costs or gas network going cash flow negative in a very short space of time. And as a consequence, I'm really interested in how this information is going to pass through to the EDBs, to the electricity distribution businesses, who have, in addition to electrons, they also have the gas supply responsibilities. How is this going to pass through, and how rapidly will this pass through? Because we are, and I can follow up with another question, but we have 5-year reset on gas regulation happening right now, and that's likely going to result in some accelerated depreciation. And as a consequence, Minister, we will likely see homeowners out in the cold, or hit with a $50,000 cost to refit their home away from gas when those gas lines get turned off. So I know that this isn't going to be declared to homeowners, but the EDBs who are responsible for the gas networks are making decisions right now, and I'm wondering about the pathway in which they will get that information, and how will that information flow through to the EDBs, to the electricity distribution businesses, and will those consumers who are households or businesses down the supply chain have access through the EDBs or some other way? And a little follow-up question. I don't want to waste the Minister's time, but I think this is really, really important. We're wondering whether there is any other legislation that's going to be proposed that would assist, perhaps through the ComCom, for accelerated depreciation of gas assets at the same time as this bill, or swiftly following this bill. Is this something that the Minister would be considering as well? Because we really do need some certainty at the EDB level. And I'm concerned about households here, certainty about the gas supply, the longitudinal supply, and we all know that it's not there, but just what is there before we have those decommissioning underway, and households have no idea what's happening and are hit with heavy costs, $50,000 costs to refit their homes. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say, if you could refer to the clause number, then I can answer the question. But general policy, I feel like I've provided a significant detail already around that, but clauses are helpful for me to answer. In regards to the questions on Deborah Russell in regards to regulations, planning and policy, yes, under clause 56AA2 includes planning and policy for overseeing the gas market and regulating entities. I've covered that clause a number of times now. The GIC point can certify, they have the technical expertise to do so. Timing of when that information will be available, again, clause 56AA1, 1 to 7, information available as soon as possible after consultation with the gas sector.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And just while there are still some outstanding questions on 56AA, that the Minister will allow him to catch up on those, I'm going to refer now to the amendment paper that was tabled yesterday and come back to going through the clause once the Minister's caught up on those outstanding questions. But Mr Speaker, this was an amendment paper that arrived yesterday, and I guess the first question for the Minister around this, this is a bill with one clause. What was needing to be fixed in terms of the amendment paper? Why was it? And I appreciate that this Minister and the Chair is on behalf of, that it's not the Minister whose bill this is, but I think the House needs to know why a bill with literally one operative clause needed a ministerial amendment paper to be dropped sort of 24 hours after the primary piece of legislation was tabled. But Mr Speaker, going through the amendment, the explanatory note of the amendment paper, I think the Minister, it would be useful for the Minister to explain why some of these changes needed to be made. So in the explanatory note, the bullet 2.2 extends the power for regulations to require the supply of information of how much gas is supplied. Currently, this is limited to gas supplied to consumers. This is extended to include gas supplied to any other person or persons, including for the purposes of resupply. What was the policy decision behind this amendment? Why did that need to be? Was there a feeling that there needed to be far more rigour around resupply? So we've obviously seen over the last couple of years a number of businesses who have curtailed, they're on curtailment contracts, they've curtailed their use of gas and they've on-sold it in a tight gas market. Is that what this amendment is trying to capture? It would be good to know from the Minister around that. It also, one of the bullet points in the explanatory note says that it allows the regulations to prescribe limits or restrictions on the publication of information collected under new section 56AA(b). So the House needs to know what the thinking is there. What are these limits and restrictions that this amendment paper is seeking to put in place, and why are there limits and restrictions that are being sought to be put in place? How did this come about? We know, we can see through the regulatory impact statement that gas producers are of the opinion that this information isn't necessary and didn't want these powers put in place. The regulatory impact statement Paragraphs 61 through 63 have made clear what guest producers' tolerance for, well, their reception of this information. Is that what this is seeking to address, this clause? And then the last bullet point in the explanatory note provides that information may be published under new section 56AAB despite any legislation or rule of law to the contrary, but subject to any limits or restrictions prescribed under the new regulatory making power. Why does this need to be put in place? What is the purpose of this amendment? Why wasn't it in the bill that was tabled? Why has it been added so much later? What is the purpose of it? So there's quite a lot of detail that the House needs to understand around this amendment paper. These are just some of the top line questions. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, moving on to the amendment paper doesn't mean that we've fully worked our way through Clause 4. We're just allowing the time for the Minister to catch up.
Honourable Minister.
Oh, thank you very much for the member. This Minister doesn't need time to catch up. If the member had listened to my opening statement, I said and provided an explanation, so now I am repeating, Mr. Chair. The AP responds to minor and technical issues identified by officials after the bill was approved by Ledge. So again, I've repeated that. We've got a number of tabled amendments, which is growing, which seems to be a technique by some members to choose some time. But in regards to amendments by Scott Willis, one, not a matter for the Gas Act. The Gas Act is about the market. Steve Abel's Amendment 2, it's a retrospective amendment. It's not appropriate that we're going to be doing that. Scott Willis Amendment 3, again retrospective. It's impossible to do this. Complying with this can make the regulations in the past. 4, Scott Willis, again retrospective. 5, Steve Abel, contrary to the policy intent about the publication. Won't be accepting any of those amendments.
I will say that, Minister, I'll leave it up to the Chair and the clerks to judge the amendments. Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr. Chair, appreciate that the Minister has tried to write off an amendment paper by minor and technical amendments, but if we go through this explanatory notes, in this committee of the whole stage, there are some things that this House needs to understand around this amendment paper, why it is here, why it was so late, why it wasn't included in the initial one-clause piece of legislation, why errors had already been made that needed to be fixed. But, Mr. Chair, with all due respect to the Minister's answer, allowing the prescription of limits and restrictions about the publication of the information collected under this Act, that will be collected once the regulations are put in place to collect this information, that we're now having an amendment that is going to allow limits and restrictions. The House deserves to know, what are those limits and restrictions? When do they apply? Why is this being inserted into the legislation as an amendment? To simply write this off as minor and technical isn't the kind of discussion that this House deserves when a piece of legislation is being put through under all stages, under urgency, and this is the one opportunity we get to consider this. I think what we're seeing in this debate is a careful consideration of this legislation, an informed debate. So understanding what is the meaning of the limitation and restriction of the information that will be published is vital to the House's understanding.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to respond to the Minister's accusation that we're clogging the system with amendments. We've got around half a dozen amendments. I mean, and they're reasonable ones. I wonder if he could explain, or at least point out, why he doesn't agree there would be value in 56AA(B) after Clause E, which requires the contents of gas market information to be independent, to put in a proposed Clause D to protect whistleblowers of any industry participant or a consumer other than a domestic consumer. So, as I elucidated earlier, whistleblowers are a thing that are helpful in us getting transparency around the industry. I wonder if he'd respond to the specifics of that clause, a proposed amendment. But also I want to ask in 56AA(B), the industry body or secretary may publish information. The industry body or secretary may publish any information disclosed under regulations. Why has the Minister opted for may rather than must? And I have an amendment that proposed that it should in fact be must. And why would it not be in the context of requiring, is the language used, the industry to be transparent? Why would the Minister not go for must publish information disclosed under regulations made under section 56AA? Thank you.
Mr Chair, Mr Chair, Mr Chair.
Rachel Brooking, Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Chair, I'm interested to ask the Minister for an example of, and this relates to, I'll take the Minister there, Clause 1B, which is prescribing the circumstances in which gas markets information must be disclosed when requested at a specified time or on the occurrence of a specified event. And I'm wondering if the Minister could give us some examples of what a likely or a possible specified event might be. Yes, I just don't know what that is, and there might be an example. I understand a specified time, but is there a likely specified event that, or a type of specified event? What is the range? This is going on the Hansard, that would be useful to know about. Also, very quickly, great that the Minister's going to get up, reminding the Minister when he gets up, he hasn't answered my liquid question, he hasn't answered my internet site question, and he hasn't answered the question around subsection 2 and those safeguards, which is the regulations can only happen only if the Minister is satisfied that the disclosure is necessary for one of the following, A, B and C, and whether B in particular is wide enough to enable regulations that will inform good planning and policy setting. So questions going backwards, are the safeguards wide enough for policies? What about the internet site? What about the liquid state? And can he give us an example of what a specified event might be that would be prescribed in the regulations? Thank you.
Mr Chair. So a specified event, for example, maybe the decision to close Maui, which is a significant gas reserve, and the implications of that obviously have broader implications on the industry and other players as well. In regards to the question from the Honourable Dr Namigan Woods on the amendment paper around what are the limits, restrictions, or why are we limiting the restrictions on information, primarily this is about ensuring that the government has the ability to protect the confidentiality of information provided to us. Some of that information the government collects will be for publication, obviously, but some of it will be only for government information only. And we want to make sure that the information that is only for government is properly protected. So that's the background of that portion in the amendment. In regards to question, last question that we have around thresholds on the information requirements verification, again, I answered this before, but again, we're not here. We're not going to be determining whether any thresholds should be included here. This will be worked through in consultation with the gas sector once this law is passed.
Mr Chair. Cameron Luxon.
I move that debate on this question now close.
There's a relative. Most of these sections have got a name beside them where questions have been asked. However, I'm aware there hasn't been any select committee, and this is new bills, but we need to be starting getting fairly specific.
Around 56AA-B.
Honourable Megan Woods. Sorry.
Thank you. The Minister's answer on 56AA-B, that he said that he gave the answer to that, and I think that has opened up some very important questions for the answer that the Minister just gave us. So the reason why this has been added in an amendment paper is this because either ministers or officials received any representations, correspondence, contact from gas producers after the bill was published in terms of limiting information that would be published. So between the bill being tabled and this amendment paper being issued yesterday, what contact has there been with the gas industry in terms of either ministers or officials in that regard? And I think that is an important piece of information that the House needs to know, because to have an amendment paper that does seek to limit, I mean, I would have thought, and it is a fair assumption, Mr. Speaker, when it is a one-clause piece of legislation, the officials and the minister would have worked through the publication when this is a bill about disclosure, that would have been a well thought out and well worked through clause in the legislation. Why it is that there are 11th hour changes is a very important question that this House needs to know. If this was going through Select Committee, members of Parliament would have heard any representations from the gas industry. But given this is going through all stages under urgency, the House needs to know, has an industry body or the gas industry been in touch around this clause and made any representations or any suggestions? And Mr. Speaker, furthermore, in the amendment paper, a question that I asked the Minister in that amendment was a clause that we just want to understand what the purpose of it is, what it's seeking to achieve, where it says it applies despite any legislation or other rule of law to the contrary. Why is that clause in there? What is it seeking to do? It's not a usual clause for us to see in a piece of legislation. So to understand exactly the purpose and why it is in there is something that is vitally important. And then, Mr. Speaker, furthermore, around the disclosure, since we are on this disclosure section, which for the Minister's elucidation, that's 56 AAB, need to have, I'd be interested to know, before the amendment, but now since the amendment even more, what the framework that will be used to decide what is published and what the level of aggregation will be in terms of the published information. Will it be will the aggregation be designed to minimise transparency, so it's hard to see down to a very granular level, what suppliers, for example, or will the design be to maximise the transparency that can be seen there, so that you can see at that very granular level in terms of whether it's supply or demand, actually, Mr. Speaker, and what weight will be given to protecting commercial sensitive data on the part of the gas producers, and what weight will be given to the vitally commercial data that the gas users are going to need in terms of making their commercial decisions. So even before we move to the public policy aspect of this and what information is needed for making good public policy, there are two buckets of commercial sensitivity here, and how is weighting going to be divvied up between the two of those?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, for the third time, the AP responds to minor and technical issues identified by officials after the bill was approved at Ledge. It is a clear indication that officials have identified changes, and any statements that the member is making is not consistent for the third time of the reason why I've outlined why we're doing an amendment paper. Again, the questions asked by the Minister for the second or third time, the information and the consideration around the degree of how far we go will be done subsequent to this bill passing in consultation with industry.
Mr. Chair.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Minister, I would just like to encourage the Minister to not rush through amendments, given that the Minister has clearly, or the other Minister has clearly put an amendment in to fix legislation. We are going through all stages in urgency. We are having a useful discussion here today, and we want to make sure we can get the best out of it, Minister. So we have, and I don't think that the amendments that the Minister referred to are minor or technical. They are serious amendments. We want them considered, Mr. Chair. So for the Minister, we have an opportunity here. I think it's in section 56AA 2, down between 4 and 5, a proposed amendment, because what we've got here is something that doesn't have a date, a useful date in it. And so this is a really simple amendment. If I want to take the Minister's word that this is serious and that it's important and we need to move fast and we need to get things done, we need to have some clarity. So my amendment is to move the following amendment. Clause 4, new sections 56AA and 56AAB and cross-headed inserted. After Clause 4, new section 56AA5, page 3, after line 24, insert 5A. Despite subsection 1, any initial regulation must be made by 1st October 2026. The reason for that, Minister, is to make sure that we get moving. The reason we want to see this amendment, Minister, is to make sure we have transparency and we get moving on it. So rather than suggesting that we are using time in urgency to waste time, we are after the Minister to take action and to move at pace. And this is what this amendment will do. So I would suggest or ask the Minister to consider an amendment that will be helpful, improve the legislation, ensure we move at pace, ensure we have greater transparency in the electricity, in the gas market, to make sure we can help EDB's plan for what's coming, to make sure we can help businesses and industry and stop the deindustrialisation. Thank you, Minister. If the Minister could respond, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chair. The Honourable Megan Woods, but I would like to say, Ms Woods, that the amendment paper, the Minister has explained, and looking for a gotcha moment, I don't think it's going to happen.
It's not a gotcha moment.
But if we're going to, we've probably exhausted that one.
Okay, but Mr Chair, thank you. I still am waiting for the Minister to explain what applies despite any legislation or any other rule of law to the contrary, what the purpose of that is in the amendment paper, what it is intended to do. It is a question that the House needs to know. If we were at a select committee, that would be something that we would be asking officials about. So given we are doing this under all stages in urgency, and I am taking the Minister that he has confirmed to the House that there have been no representations from industry around this amendment paper. So that's what the Minister is on record as saying. But Mr Speaker, I will then return to 56AA6, which is regulations made under the section of secondary legislation, and that is the whole purpose of what we're doing. This is a piece of legislation that is seeking to make regulation. What is unclear from the legislation in making those regulations, will there be public consultation? Will there be regulatory impact analysis released or made for the regulations when they will be made, when they are made? Will that be released? Because these are very wide powers. There's going to be some very specific powers given through regulation. And understanding the regulatory impact of what is put in place is going to be vital for the operation. So public consultation and whether or not there will be regulatory impact analysis for regulations when they are made.
Mr Chair. Honourable Minister.
Thank members for questions. Just in regards to the last point, yes, the government are interested in feedback on the level of and implications around the regulations which we will look to propose, and that transparency will be appropriate. We obviously haven't made any decisions about that, but they'll be worked through once this bill is passed today.
Mr Chair. Dan Rosewarne. Sorry. Dan Bidwar.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
Dan Bidwar, sorry.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
Deborah Russell, Honourable Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It sounds like you need the coffee.
Yes, that's a good observation.
Mr Chair, the Minister has not answered one very important question that my colleague, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods, has made. Has there been any representations from gas industry members or representative bodies about this bill after the bill was tabled that resulted in the amendment paper? It's actually a very important question because that particular amendment paper contains what could be a somewhat egregious clause. So I really, really want to be sure, have any representations been made by industry bodies? There's a particular name I'm tempted to name, but I won't in this House because that's maybe just taking it a little bit too far. But have representations been made? Can the Minister guarantee that no representations have been made by gas industry body representatives about the content of this amendment paper?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I similarly am concerned at the lack of response to specific questions around the amendment paper. I will not repeat that of my colleague, that would be repetition, but I do wish the Minister would very simply answer under subsection 1, clause 4.2 of his amendment, that the prescribing limits or restrictions will apply despite any legislation or other rule of law to the contrary. We should have a right to know what other rule of law is specifically being spoken of there, because that is a substantial restriction on basic principles of democratic law. Where and what would be the rule of law that would be overridden by a gas transparency legislation?
Mr. Chair.
Cameron Luxon.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in terms of reiterating again the outstanding questions that we do have, it is around this amendment paper. When amendment papers get dropped quite late in the process, it is custom for the House to be able to have a good explanation from the Government Minister and the Chair around what the purpose and the intent is. It's not a very long amendment paper, so understanding exactly what the intent of that legislation or other rule of law to the contrary means. We simply don't understand, Mr. Chair. This is legislation that Labor, for its part, and I think other opposition parties have voted for. But we do need to understand what the purpose of the amendment is. The Minister has his officials with him. He can ask why that was included, what it means. Well, does it substantially change the way in which the Act will operate, or is it a very minor and technical amendment, as we've been told? But simply telling us it's a minor and technical amendment doesn't really give the House the explanation that it requires. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very significant, outstanding question that is lying on the floor of this House that does need to be addressed. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting pieces of information that was provided in the regulatory impact statement, which is the proposed categories of information considered to be sought in Annex 2, there was a very large table that was produced, which was very useful, and I thank officials for providing that because I think it is good. The information that's is provided currently that has inconsistency in it, which was the expiration to changes to 2P and 2C. So this is the reserves of gas. This is really where the crux of it is. How much gas is there in production? How much do people think is going to come on board? In terms of that inconsistency of information, was that inconsistency across fields, or was that inconsistency across particular companies that were doing the production? And in what way does the Minister think this regulation is going to prevent that? Is that where the certification comes into call?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, members, for the questions. In regards to the question around time limits, we do not see any end date to the need for good information on the gas market, so it would not be appropriate to put a time limit on those powers. To the Greens call a question in regards to the gathering of information powers. The clause number I don't have on front of me, but it basically, as a result of this, is that we're going to increase the amount of power to gather information that is currently able to be done. The point raised by the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods in regards to the inconsistencies. I mean, as I noted in a response back with the quote from the Frontier Report, the problem that we're trying and we are looking to address through this legislation today is that we've got incomplete and fragmented information. And as a result of this, we will have more consistent information which deals with the point there. In regards to the members' questions, again, in regards to the amendment paper, and I will reinforce for the fourth time, the amendment paper and the issues identified within the amendment paper, while minor and technical, were identified by officials after the bill was approved by Ledge.
David McLeod. The question is the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Just remind me of voting in silence, please. The ayes are 67, the noes are 46. The question is agreed. This is the latest paper, is it? Yes. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to AP number 634, amending clause 4, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 634 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 56AA 1A, inserting new subparagraph 8, information on emissions emitted by gas be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Just ensuring that there are no comments during voting, please, so the clerk is not distracted. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA, inserting new subsection 5A relating to 1 April 2025 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Okay, the ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA2, inserting new paragraph D relating to whistleblowers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA, inserting new subsection 5A relating to 1 October 2025 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA, inserting new subsection 5A relating to 1 July 2024 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA, inserting new subsection 5A relating to 1 October 2026 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whakaai.
ACT New
11
Zealand.
opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 56AA(b), replacing may publish with must publish, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Ngā poti whakaai.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The questions are part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to part 2, the debate on clause 5, related amendments to the Principal Act and the schedule. The question is at part 2 stand part. Honourable Rachel Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part 2 is very short. Mr. Chair, and so I'm wondering if the Minister can just, he hasn't done an opening on this part, so if he can confirm that what part 2 is doing via the changes to the schedule is what the departmental disclosure statement says, and extending the application of the existing strict liability penalty regime to these new regulations. So a breach of these disclosure regulations could result in some hefty fines that are already prescribed in the Tax Act, and now they'll relate to these new regulations. And then the reasonable excuse defence is provided in the Gas Act that is now going to be extended to these regulations. And does he have any examples of what he would expect a reasonable excuse to be? So that is when somebody breaches one of these new disclosure regulations but won't be subject to the strict liability offence and penalty because of a reasonable excuse. What sort of thing does he consider might be such a reasonable excuse, is one question. And the second is, can he confirm that that the point of this schedule, which is related to clause 5, which is part 2, is just about what the departmental disclosure statement says and enabling the existing provisions to be extended to these new regulations. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. In regards to the and the clauses within this section, they are in the main remedial in nature. However, under clause 54, the extension of the exemption primarily deals with the interaction with the Crown Minerals Act, which is outlined in those clauses. It also makes clear that existing information disclosure powers and the new powers do not limit each other, which is an important in terms of overlap of coverage and other regulations. Also aspects around existing penalty provision for non-compliance and we've talked about previous sections already about time limitation. The point noted in regards to the other aspects of any significance are simply that clause 3.2 ensures that new regulation making powers can only be used to require gas information from gas producers despite, and again, the interaction with the Crown Minerals Act. So that's pretty much the nature of what we're doing in this small part of the Act.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
But thank you. That appears to have been a pre-prepared statement that the Minister read out, and I welcome the Minister doing overviews of the parts of the bill at the start of the section of the debate on the part, but I don't believe he answered my question there about the penalty regime being extended to these regulations and the application of the existing strict liability, which provides the reasonable excuse. And further to that, my question is, does he have an example of what a reasonable excuse could be? So quite a simple question, and I don't have anything else on this part.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Yeah, it's not for the Minister to provide an explanation around what an example will be. That's why we're going to have the independent regulator who will make assessment around that, but I would expect that they would take into account their experience and make a valid and pragmatic assessment around what they deem as reasonable.
Honourable Rachel Brookie.
To the first part of the question, can he just say that yes, the penalty provisions that are existing in the Gas Act are now coming over, well, will also apply to these new regulations that are in this bill? It's a very simple question.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Oh, yes. We've got it.
Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima nā Pōti Whakahe.
At New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wharis.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakahe.
Mare Mino Kapkingi.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 46. The question is agreed to. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to the schedule amending sections 57.3 relating to a minimum fine of $200,000 and $25,000 for each day be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called.
Sorry, can you just put the vote on the cloture? No, let's do this one.
Okay. I'm sorry, members. I'll just go back to the question at the end of part 2. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I'll do that next question again regarding the schedule. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to the schedule amending section 57.3 relating to a minimum fine of $200,000 and $25,000 for each day be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote. Thank you, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima nā Pōti Whakaai.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wharis.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakaai.
Mare Mino Kapkingi.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to the schedule, amending section 57.3, relating to $2 million and $100,000 for each day be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Aye. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima nā Pōti Whakaai.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Wharis.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakaai.
Mare Mino Kapkingi.
Ko tahi te Pōti Whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to the schedule,
amending section 57.3 relating to a fine up to 20% of an industry participant's gross income for the previous financial year and 1% of an industry participant's gross income for the previous financial year be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to our final debate, which is the debate on clauses 1 to 3, title, commencement and principal act.
Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, a very short part. And the commencement comes into force the day after Royal Assent, which is quite normal. But so my questions relate to the title. So we know it's the Gas (brackets) Market Transparency Amendment Bill. And I'm wondering if this could be a clearer title or if the Minister would consider changes to it. So he hasn't answered yet, but this might be the opportunity for him to answer my question about states of matter and where petroleum is a liquid rather than a gas if it applies. Because at the moment it could be the gas, but maybe a little bit of liquid petroleum too, Market Transparency Amendment Bill. This is a great opportunity for the Minister to answer that question. Another question unanswered has been around the reliance on international societies with websites that you have to log into or you have to request documents from that are now referred into our primary legislation. So if it should really be the gas market transparency, but doing the opposite of transparency in terms of relying on international sites for definitions, internet sites for definitions amendment bill. The other issue, another issue that has been raised consistently through the other parts of this debate has been around how this bill relates to reserves, so gas that is in the Earth's crust versus the gas that's already, lurking about New Zealand, in terms of it's either been imported into New Zealand or it's already been extracted and it's been transported around in pipes or in gas cylinders or whatever other means. So it's important that it's that element, the gas that's already in New Zealand and has been transported around, that is what most people would think of as the market. But then what the government members keep talking about are these reserves. So another question for the Minister is, should it be the Market and Reserves Transparency Amendment Bill, to be very clear that this bill is to talk about both of those things? And then going to my final point that I've raised certainly in the part 1 debate was the point of these regulations. Yes, we can have some more transparency and know where those bits of gas are going in their different units, what they're being used for, but then what do we do with this information? And how are the criteria set for those regulations? What is the point of having a regulation? Surely the point of having the regulation is to enable the government to do some planning. I know that's a word that they don't like, but also to do some policy making about then how that gas can be distributed and where it really needs to go and where it perhaps doesn't need to go. And so how do you make those incentives for getting the gas to the places where it's really needed at the times that it's really needed? So there a suggestion would be the gas market and reserve transparency to enable some good plan making and policy setting amendment bill. So a number of questions there. This is my final opportunity to ask the Minister to answer my questions that he has not yet answered via the title of the bill. And so thank you for pointing out that it's also about the commencement, but if you'd been listening, you would have noted I don't have anything to say on the commencement until you've invited me to make those comments. Dan Bidwose, thank you for that. So, but going back to my questions, giving the Minister, I hope he's excited about this opportunity that he has to answer my questions on should it be the gas, but maybe also liquid petroleum market transparency amendment bill, or should it be the gas market as well as reserves transparency amendment bill, or should it be, or could it be some amalgamation of all of these, the gas market and reserves transparency to enable some good planning amendment bill?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Thank the member for her contribution. We will not be considering any changes to the title of this bill. We're cooking with gas. Let's get this bill passed.
Ryan Hamilton.
This question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The question is that Scott Willis has tabled... Oh, sorry, the motion is agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis has tabled amendment to Clause 1 relating to fossil gas market transparency be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote. Thank you, Mr Clark.
Lovely manners.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Oh.
Act New Zealand.
I thought you'd seen the light.
New Zealand First.
Thank you.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Is it necessary? Point of order.
Point of order, Simon Court.
I seek leave to correct that vote.
We are in the process of voting, so we'll do... Can't interrupt a vote.
11 votes opposed.
It's a bit confusing because you raised that question while we were voting, so I hadn't put the vote, and you changed it to 11 votes against. Is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm halfway.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 1... Oh, sorry. Sorry, my mistake. The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Appreciate the assistance. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 2 relating to 1 July 2025 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko marima ngā pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharas.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Mare Mano Kapkingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to Clause 2 relating to 1 April 2025 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
29 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko marima ngā pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharas.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Mare Mano Kapkingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 46, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Simon Watts.
I move that the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank members for their contribution during the committee phase under urgency. Existing disclosure mechanisms under the Gas Act are too slow, they are too uncertain and limited in effect to address the current information challenges that face the gas market here in New Zealand. This bill will make sure adequate regulation-making powers are in place to improve the transparency of the gas market and to support better decision-making by market participants and government. The significance of declining gas reserves reaches well beyond the energy sector itself. Gas generates the electricity that keeps the lights on when renewables cannot, and a large number of Kiwis' jobs depend on businesses that rely on gas. It is important that we make sure that market participants and government have the information needed to plan effectively for the future as gas supplies decline and the market rapidly changes. Passing this bill will enable work on information disclosure regulations to proceed without delay, ensuring timely access to the information needed. Improving gas market transparency is an important step that will support secure, affordable energy for Kiwi households and businesses as this government continues to fix the basics and build the future. Kiwis deserve power that they can afford, an economy backed by reliable energy and jobs protected from avoidable shocks. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, I want to go through a little bit of the history of what was being done in the respect to the gas market. It was work that did actually begin under the Labour government. So in 2017 to 23, the Labour government kicked off a whole formal work stream on wholesale gas market transparency, and we asked the gas industry company to design stronger information disclosure arrangements for outages, production and prices. So it's good to see the progression of this work, and we agree that it is something that needed to be done. In terms of why we actually got the whole work underway, we knew that gas was a resource that we had to move away from. And we have to move away from it because it is a fossil fuel, and fossil fuels are driving climate change. So we did start working on that and making a plan. So in 2020, we commissioned the gas industry company to investigate whether the market then, the commercial and regulatory settings were fit for purpose. And no, they weren't, and the gas industry company concluded that in the absence of a transition plan for fossil fuels, for fossil gas, there was a risk of what's called a disorderly exit from the of New Zealand's gas sector. In other words, considerable disruption, huge difficulties for businesses, huge difficulties for consumers. So in 2021, we were developing a plan for a transition. The terms of reference for that were agreed in April 2022. And then new government came to power and crickets. Nothing happening. Now, this was absurd, especially in the knowledge that gas resources in this country were declining, especially in the knowledge that there have been no commercial finds of gas in this country for the last quarter century, especially in the knowledge that we simply must move away from fossil fuels. From that government, crickets. And it's a real shame because in terms of moving away from fossil fuels, we have a huge opportunity under renewables, a huge opportunity to go high-tech, a huge opportunity to provide jobs in the regions, a huge opportunity to affirm our energy security, to become energy independent. Now, let's remember that gas is not equal to energy. Gas certainly provides energy, but energy comes to us from a whole lot of sources. And it's quite appropriate that we move fast to get that renewable energy online and working for us. We've been clear on this side of the House that while we don't support this particular government's version of fast-track legislation, and we don't support it because of its callous disregard for the environment, we did have a fast-track process in place ourselves, and that fast-track process was working with respect to renewable energy. The fact that then that government got rid of it for a couple of years while it faffed around is on them. So transition planning was underway, working, we had stuff happening, this government came in and crickets. And now we are getting the knowledge that our gas reserves are substantially less than we thought they were going to be. We now have the risk of a disorderly exit from the gas industry. That's why this information that is provided for in this bill is very, very important. We agree that this information is needed. We agree that government needs to play a role in the transition away from fossil fuels. We agree that government needs to be working alongside business to ensure that businesses can transition away from fossil fuels. We were doing that. That was happening. Crickets. So this is catch-up legislation from this government. And the fact that it's catch-up legislation is shown by the fact that it has now been introduced and passed under budget urgency. Now, it was there, Ryan, it was there, it was happening, well, it's actually happening. And so it is here now, this plan, this ability to collect information and to use it. That's a good move, and we support that move. There is, however, something that we are worried about in this bill. It's something that we asked the Minister about several times that he was in the chair, and the Minister did not answer. And that is this last-minute amendment paper. an amendment paper that was tabled after this very short and very simple bill was put on the table. What happened? We asked the minister why, and he said, oh, minor technical changes. These are not minor and technical changes. In fact, the minister can restrict the information that is provided, can limit or restrict the publication of the information that is provided. Why? And why did this have to be included in an amendment paper that was put on the table just yesterday as real time goes? But it wasn't available when this very short and simple bill was put on the table on budget day. We asked the minister, were there representations from gas industry representatives, from fossil fuel representatives? And from the minister? Crickets. That's worrying, and we'll be following up on that. I want to speak to some of the issues that members did raise in speeches during the various stages of this bill. And I think I said in both my first reading speech and my second reading speech that for once I agreed with Simon Cord. It was an interesting position to be in. But he talked about how we are now managing scarcity. But let's remember that the scarcity we are managing is not scarcity of energy. There is plenty of energy that hits this country every day coming from the sun. There is plenty of energy that hits this country every day coming from wind. There is plenty of energy that hits this country every day coming up from the ground beneath us. I note that Rua Malko had a little bit to say during the course of this debate. There is plentiful energy available to us. All we need to do is to make the transition. And we need to start making that transition away from fossil fuels. People on that side of the House like to effectively deny that the climate is changing around us. But that is a critical need for us to address in our country and in the world. We need to address the issue of climate change. And part of the issue of addressing climate change is forming a credible plan to transition us away from fossil fuels, to use much more varied sources of energy. That is a government that did not sign up to the pathway to transition away from fossil fuels that was agreed by about 80 nations around the world at COP30. That is a government that has its head in the sand when it comes to taking action on climate change. And I agree, we need to manage our remaining gas reserves carefully as we help businesses to transition away from fossil fuels. That is what this bill will do. It will help in this process. That is why it is a good bill. But there is a whole lot more we need to hear from that government. What is their plan with respect to fossil fuels? What is their plan with moving this country to electricity as its major source? What is their plan for helping us to deal with climate change? What do we hear from that government? Crickets. So, great to see this legislation coming through. Great to see some work in this space, but actually it's going to take a lot more than just this to help New Zealand in the 21st century.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, we do expect to hear from the other side of the House, particularly from the ACT Party, the typical sort of obsequious, simpering, forelock tugging, petroleum-soaked, gushing like a deep-sea oil spill, love of the petroleum industry. And no doubt at some point the member who's barking at me right now might want to make a point of order, because he doesn't like freedom of speech when it relates to criticism of the petroleum industry. He likes freedom of speech when he wants to slander Māori or trans people or migrants, but not when it's criticism of billion-dollar polluting industries.
Back to the bill, Mr Abel.
To the bill. To the bill. Madam Speaker, as you well know, we are supporting this bill because we do support greater transparency. It was deeply concerning that the Minister was so reluctant to ask my specific questions as to whether he had received any advice on the New Zealand industry overstating, overbooking, or overproving, or overestimating its reserve volumes. Because, as I elucidated in the opening speech, this is a problem globally, Madam Speaker. Fraudulent reserve reporting, companies overestimating their reserves, and in fact being taken for fraud by the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States because of that overstating their reserves. And it's very obvious when you think about it for a minute why the oil and gas industry would do that. They would do it because that is the value of their industry. And if those who use gas want the confidence of having a future energy supply when they are going to be investing in new plant or new machinery, one thing they want to be sure of is that there's plenty of gas into the future. And these are one of the points made in the regulatory impact statement, that one of the consequences for industrial gas users is significant sunk costs in gas-dependent plant and equipment that rely on gas for their manufacturing processes, and their equipment lasts a considerable time. So why would the oil and gas industry want to be optimistic about how much gas they had? Because they know that a company that wants to buy a piece of equipment that relies on gas wants to know that they've got gas for the next 25, 30, 40 years. That's exactly why this bill is so important, Madam Speaker, because right now there are companies all across this country who've seen the price of energy go through the roof because there has been an overestimate of the amount of gas that we have in this country. In fact, that gas has been in steady decline for 26 years. And again, the regulatory impact statement very usefully published the graph which showed from 2000 a steady decline in gas. And yet the industry kept saying, we've got heaps of gas past 2030. They don't have heaps of gas past 2030, Madam Speaker. And the crunch is coming right now. And the members on the opposite side have been so busy denying climate change that they forgot that gas itself is a finite resource, Madam Speaker, as is oil, as is coal. We can't afford to burn the existing reserves if we want to have a livable planet, but these things run out. And the beauty of us moving to a renewable energy system isn't only that we address the existential challenge of climate change, Madam Speaker, we also address the finite nature of fossil fuels. And right here, we have a bill that will assist us to manage that transition by using what little gas we have left wisely. And we have not been using that gas wisely, Madam Speaker, because, for example, we've been burning it to generate electricity. That is about the worst way that you could use gas, because there are so many other better, cleaner, more effective ways to generate electricity than by burning non-renewable fossil gas. And the industry themselves, Todd Energy, for example, were great touters of building gas peakers so that they could burn the gas that they claimed they had well beyond 2030, when in fact it's turning out those claims were not correct. One question I have, Madam Speaker, is that when industry is impacted by the overstating of reserves, it may well be the misleading of people into that state because of the lack of good quality information. As I don't know why the RIS hasn't got page numbers, but some way through it, it says who is affected by the scope, scale and impacts of the problem. The government is affected through a lack of visibility. The electricity generators are affected because they face uncertainty. The industry gas users who lack sufficient information on future availability to plan their gas use, and some retailers, Contact Energy, Mercury, Pulse Energy, will also pay higher gas prices due to asymmetric information. What, Madam Speaker, are the consequences for the gas industry if it is proven that they have misled us? Which I think is obvious. But what are the consequences for them? Because everyone in industry has invested on the basis of assumptions that we have a lot more gas than we actually have. And what is more, it is very concerning the industry, and unfortunately political parties, have kept making promises that there is more gas and more oil to find, when in fact the evidence clearly shows there is not. Because the likes of Anadarko, who were taken for fraud on claiming how much gas they had, the likes of Shell Oil, who paid $350 million for their fraudulent claims on their reserves, the likes of ExxonMobil, who subsidised the Bush government millions of dollars to take positions against climate change, the likes of Chevron, the likes of Statoil and Equinol, the likes of Petrobras, the big Brazilian company. All of those companies came to this country, they explored, they searched, they even did wildcat drill wells, and they found nothing, Madam Speaker. The national government, the last national government under John Key, threw everything at trying to find more gas and more oil, and they came up zip. They came up zip. When is this government going to be honest with the people of New Zealand and the industries of New Zealand who are suffering right now because of a fundamental failure of subsequent governments to plan our energy future? And they still refuse to plan that energy future, Madam Speaker, even in the midst of this crisis, when we should all be in this House standing united in finding a means for us to secure certainty of energy supply for the future, for the present day. That would be in the best interests of New Zealanders and of industry, of householders, of all those who rely on energy. This bill is a small step in the right direction. It is transparency, and that is why we will be supporting it. But we make an absolutely sturdy bid to this government that they must work across the House for us to have an energy plan, Madam Speaker. When I visit Profruit down in Hawke's Bay, when I visit the pea growers impacted by the closure of the McCain's factory, when we speak to businesses across this country, the horticulture industry, who are turning off their glass houses this winter because they can't afford to pay for the energy, all they want is consistent certainty of policy direction across governments. They don't want the flip-flop when there's a change of government, which is inevitable in the next 6 months. They want certainty. And this government, if it was serious to the challenge, would step up and invite us all to sit down at the table and make a plan for New Zealand's energy future. And that is the bid I put to the Minister. Step up to the plate, Minister. Thank you very much.
Simon Court.
The ACT Party commends the Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill to the House. I just want to point out, we have heard the most ridiculous hyperbole from the opposition. You'd think it was 2021. Peak climate weirdness is over, you lot. We are focused on energy abundance, security of supply and affordability above all else. That is what this legislation is for. ACT supports it. Commend it to the House.
Madam Speaker,
Andy Foster.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First. There's a lot I would like to say, but I've undertaken not to take that time to do so. But what I would say is that their position is based on there is nothing there to find. And I just say from a seismic geologist there, New Zealand remains a frontier rich in opportunity, proven hydrocarbon system, and is uniquely positioned to become a future exploration hotspot. I commend this bill to the House.
Climate change.
Madam Speaker.
Scott Willis.
There we go. Rude. Language, please. Madam Speaker, I have heard a lot of nonsense from the last two presentations. Simon caught bleating about his climate denial. We hear this from government members regularly, time and time again. They are not willing to take action on climate. I don't know why, because I have children and I want to have grandchildren, and I cannot understand how anyone who has families cannot take the existential threat that we face seriously. Madam Speaker, we do have puerile comments like that coming at us time and time again, but we are here to debate legislation. We will support this bill because it improves transparency. We will support this bill. We will support this bill, but we want greater transparency than just in the gas market. We want some transparency about the gas security fund, the $200 million fossil fuel subsidy this government is giving away. We want some transparency about the LNG proposal, the proposal to import LNG in a very volatile global market with no certainty of price, where the cost is going to be borne by all electricity users. We want some transparency around those elements as well. We'd like some transparency around the potential for replacement of fossil gas with bioenergy. We'd like some, not just transparency, but some investment in the bioenergy sector. But what we get from this government, Madam Speaker, is an insistence that they are going to find fossil gas, hopium, somewhere in the future, somewhere deep down. This government has stymied all the innovation. We've just seen through the budget, Aotearoa, New Zealand's Energy Innovation Centre, it's cut down because this government will not fund energy innovation. This government wants to return to the age of fossils. Madam Speaker, this is the problem with the government. It is doing the little bits, but not doing what is needed. And as my colleague Steve Abel said, we need an energy strategy and we need an electrification plan, and we need to work as closely with the government as possible, but they just don't seem willing to discuss these things because they are in constant denial. Now this matters, Madam Speaker, this matters because we have EDBs who are running gas networks that they know are in decline. So they know that they can't supply, they know people are switching off, and this has consequences for whānau, for families who are dependent on gas at the moment. What happens when those gas networks go cash flow negative? What happens is that they just get turned off. So anyone who's still connected, well, bad luck. Bad luck. That's a $50,000 cost to put in a hot water heat pump, an induction stove, something else to get rid of the gas machines in their homes that are no longer being able to be supplied. Madam Speaker, yes, it might only be 4% of consumers. They are real people. They are real people with real lives who matter. They are people who will suffer the cost, and they are some of our most vulnerable. So they may only be 4%. Every percent matters. Every percent matters of our population. Every degree, every percentage of a degree matters with climate change emissions. And this is what the government just does not seem to understand. Madam Speaker, I had an amendment that I put forward to talk about capturing the emissions as well as showing transparency, to show the transparency of the emissions profile in our gas market, and that was rejected, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day where we see climate denial in full display by a government that simply wants to condemn us to a damning climate future, Madam Speaker. So we will support this bill, but we will not support this government. We will replace them on November the 7th.
Members' time has expired. Ryan Hamilton.
Madam Speaker, this is actually quite a happy day, and it's a day about providing transparency to the New Zealand gas economy, and all parties are supporting. I commend it to the House.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to Ryan Hamilton for talking about happiness on this Saturday morning whilst we're pretending it's the 28th, Thursday the 28th. Look, I want to start by going up some levels and noting that on this side of the House, we care about climate change. We acknowledge that we look to be well by passing over that 1.5 degrees. And what that means for New Zealand is more storms in the short term, and that a storm event that causes New Zealanders real problems, whether it's a house being flooded, whether it's a farm being taken out, a crop being taken out. These are all very real issues for New Zealand. And I know members opposite might say, well, New Zealand's climate pollution is not as big as some other bigger countries. Oh, and that is true. So what do we on this side of the House and used to be on that side of the House, our argument was, well, that is why we need to work with other countries. That is why we need some international agreements so that everybody reduces their climate pollution. And what can we do in New Zealand? We can reduce, very easily, we can reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. What is one of those fossil fuels? Gas, Madam Speaker, is a fossil fuel. This is a biogas. Gas is a fossil fuel. So we on this side of the House, we want to reduce climate pollution. One of the ways to do that is to reduce reliance on gas as a fossil fuel. We also understand that there are many industries and businesses that at the moment are reliant on gas as a fossil fuel to make the thing that they make, whether it's in a glass house or whether it's the bread that was spoken about before, whether it is the coffee beans. I'm very keen to have a coffee after this. We acknowledge that that is an issue, and we acknowledge that you have to do a transition. But what worries me after listening to the other side of the House is that there's no interest in a transition. The only reason this government is promulgating this amendment bill for the regulations is to look at what the market's doing. It's not to use these regulations to make policies and to plan for a decrease in that reliance on those fossil fuels that are climate pollution. That is what worries me. And we've heard from Simon Court that peak climate weirdness is over. I'm not going to pretend to understand that statement, but I think what he means is that we can just talk about using fossil fuels with there being no consequence. And that
I'm not calling for anything like that.
Is craziness, because climate change has not gone anywhere. In fact, it has got worse and it will continue to get worse. So if we want to be economically responsible have to do everything we can to reduce our reliance on climate pollution. That is, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And that is not what I'm hearing from the other side at all, and that is very disappointing. Now, we've got some other issues in this bill, things that were not answered in the committee stage, and of course we're in urgency, so there has been no select committee process. We do not know why we have drafting here that relies on the internet site that is governed by an international society. That is an unusual way to make laws in New Zealand, Madam Speaker, to have a reference for a definition and for an operative clause that relates back to somebody else's internet site. It could have been specified in the bill. So that's a disappointment, and we got no answer about that. We've also found out from our questions to the Minister and some of the Minister's responses that whilst the government members are mainly talking about gas reserves in their contributions, this bill, these regulations will relate to both the reserves and what might be in them or not in them in New Zealand, as well as the market in New Zealand, meaning all of the gas that has been imported into New Zealand, that has already been extracted in New Zealand, and where that is in circulation. And we heard from the Minister that that also includes biogas, and that is good that that's been considered as part of these transparency regulations. We also heard from the Minister that these regulations can be set to require information about specific agreements. So that could be a contract from a major user, so presumably Simon Court's bread bakers. They might have a particular arrangement, a particular contract for their gas, I'm sure they do, and there could be regulations that are set that require detail about that specific arrangement. And we had, the Minister gave us some comfort about how that information would be protected. But he did not give comfort about the reasons for this regulation setting. And the reasons that I would like to see is the government being active and saying, we do need to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels. We do need to decrease our climate pollution. So what we are going to do is find out exactly where all that gas is, and then we are going to look at those industries that specifically require the use of that gas now, that have no options, that are, or they might have some time limitations, and we're going to think about that picture and incentivise those industries that can, in the short term, get off gas. We're going to incentivise, we're going to use this information and look to who can transition first, and those where it's trickier, we'll have some planning for how we get the trickier ones off the gas as well. And the Minister himself said that a third don't have a transition, and he specified coffee roasters. And we've heard everybody immediately, as I noticed, started Googling, can you have an electronic coffee roaster? And it appears that you can, Madam Speaker. So even in that 1/3 that the Minister says don't have a transition route, it appears that he is not being ambitious enough. There are transition routes. They might be slower. They might cost more. These are all things that good planning should interrogate and have a pathway for. So, Madam Speaker, my hope is that this government will not do what the Minister said and just say, we're going to leave everything to the private sector. Whilst we might gather some more information, it is all up to the private sector. It is all up to the market. because we know that that makes things slower. When we had a climate emergency response fund and we had the giddy, we could speed up this transition. And by speeding up the transition, Madam Speaker, that means that we are not using a fossil fuel, that we are instead using renewable energy, so we are moving from the molecules to the electrons. And when we do that, when government can help with incentives to do that, then we lower our reliance on these fossil fuels. Fossil fuels that are causing climate change. Climate change is real. Climate change impacts New Zealand. Both the climate change impacts individuals, it impacts our rural sector, and it impacts all the businesses in New Zealand. I'm hearing some noise from the other side that it's not real, and that is amazing. It is real, it is happening, and we need to do everything we can to reduce our reliance on those fossil fuels.
All part of our plan to fix the basics and build the future. I commend this bill to the House.
This is not a political sideshow. That was the member's speech, and I would prefer that if just the member used the lines, if that's what the tactic is. Reuben Davidson, this is a split call.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. And it feels like deja vu that I stand up after the member from the other side of the House who delivers a speech and a contribution that is so short into what is a very important debate being rushed through in urgency, and I'm told by a very reliable member from this side of the House that it was in fact a 10-second contribution. And if you remove the time that was taken by his colleagues chorusing in, then that would make it even less than 10 seconds. But I'm not going to spend any more or waste any more of my time talking about how long that contribution was or wasn't, Madam Speaker. I'm in fact going to get on to my contribution instead, despite also having the same sort of chorus that that member enjoyed through the end of his, from the very same members on that side of the House. Now, what I want to do is I want to talk about the problem, and we've been hearing quite a bit from the problem at the beginning of my contribution here this morning, but the problem that this bill is setting out to solve is that the current state of information has gaps. And that's not ideal if you're trying to make decisions or trying to make policy or positive progressive steps in a forward direction for the energy future of New Zealand. And that would be, I would expect, the hope that New Zealanders should, could and do rightly have of any government, but they would be disappointed, I should suggest, with the progress that has been made by this government so far. We've moved this bill through and are now in the final third stage. It hasn't gotten to a select committee, which is always less than ideal. But what we know with the problem that's being trying to be solved by this bill is that there are gaps in the gas market information, the information that is available on the gas market. It's either incomplete, it's out of date, or it's both. So this is what's been identified in the regulatory impact statement for this bill. MB does publish comprehensive quarterly gas statistics, but there's a lag on this. So you're not dealing with good real-time data or information. You're dealing with a lag on that information. And that's really not ideal if you're wanting to come up with a plan for the future, that you are not looking into a crystal ball for the future, but you are in fact looking back into the past for how you might plan, come up with a better plan for a future. So that's also not ideal. But what this bill does do is it picks up on the work that Labor started when we were last in government, and that was a comprehensive piece of work around an investigation into gas market settings, around a transition plan, around the role that gas can play as a transitional fuel, and that needs to be really carefully managed. But this government has stopped work on that plan and now is restarting it some 2.5 years into this 3-year term of government that they hope, or that they are currently enjoying, and that will potentially be coming to an end very soon. The thing that I wanted to reflect on at the close of my contribution to this final third stage of the debate today, Madam Speaker, is that I did go outside this morning. I left precinct this morning and went outside and saw the sun shining in the sky. It's a beautiful, beautiful day out there, absolutely stunning day out there. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, it's a blue sky, there were hardly any clouds. I heard some amazing waiata being performed, and I thought, well, this looks to me like the future. This looks to me like the future. And as I walked back into the building, when I arrived back in time to deliver this contribution to the House this morning, I walked back into the building and I thought, there's that smell. And I thought, what is that smell? What is that smell? And I thought, oh, it's the past. So that's what I thought. I thought, I can smell the past. And I walked into this House to deliver this speech. I looked up at the wooden plate on the wall and I thought, we literally are going back in time for the energy plan that this government doesn't even really have ready. It doesn't smell good. In fact, it stinks. We'll support this bill, but the government should be doing so much more.
I thought the member was going to refer to the renewable energy coffee roasting, but anyway. Nancy Lowe.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the third reading of this bill, and I have to say it is about the quality of the contribution in this House, not the quantity of the time, and we just wasted 5 minutes in the House. I commend the bill to the House.
Ingrid Leary.
Madam
Quiet.
Speaker.
Ingrid Leary.
I'd like to share what I heard this morning through the committee stage, because the question that I have is what is really going on here and why? If I look at the elements that are involved, we've got a government that says gas supply is tightening and has committed to a $1.2 billion transition loan scheme. And in that loan scheme also mentioned the legislation that was brought to the House this morning. But then we also have it expanding the gas market disclosure rules as part of that loan scheme. At the last minute, it then adds production data disclosure, and also at the same time makes those disclosures subject to regulations which have not been made yet and which will involve the gas industry. So what we effectively have is something that has been sold as transparency by this government about wanting to solve the problem of transition, but is really retaining power to keep a lot of that information secret. And if I put that against the backdrop of the other attitudes shown by this government, it has reopened offshore oil and gas. It has emphasised energy security repeatedly, and it has been promoting gas consistently through this term of government as being critically important to the economy. So the questions I have is, what is the connection between the government's proposed loan scheme and this bill? On the face of it, it looks like this is about trying to get more information to support a just transition and to support business through the loan scheme. And we would have accepted it. And this could have been a very short time in the House had that been the case. But what made the difference was this amendment paper, number 634, dropped at the 11th hour, and also through the use of urgency for the Principal Act, which really didn't need to go through urgency. There was no rush for it. The transition period and the declining of our gas reserves has been happening for decades. Suddenly we're in an urgency, and then we get this really interesting amendment paper. And the critical part of that amendment paper is the subsection 3A, which says information about how much gas has been produced or is being produced. So this changes the whole scope of the disclosures from gas sales supply to gas production. That is significantly important. It means that the government will get details about gas operations. They will potentially be able to gain leverage over producers if they were not interested in more drilling themselves or allowing more drilling. and they can also use it to justify further intervention. So if I look at the type of information that would enable to come out to the public, it could be which fields are producing gas, which producers are underperforming, whether producers are holding back production, which could be a really interesting scenario, whether reserves and the estimates of the reserves match the output. And all of that information, you will accept, Madam Speaker, can be used for a number of reasons. It could be used to help get the full picture, to be able to do what my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, has identified as being the best use, the one that we have been sold, which is to get an understanding of the landscape so the government can make the right investment decisions and use the loan scheme appropriately and responsibly to support a just transition. But it could also be used to reinsure investors. It really could. And when I see that there is a definition in a website from an overseas outfit, I worry about where that has suddenly come up from. It could also be used to build a case for further exploration. And let's put that in the context. That's not paranoia, Madam Speaker. We have members who sit on the government benches who regularly yell across this House, drill, baby, drill. Now, wouldn't it be handy for them to know which fields are producing, which producers are underperforming and might do better if they had some additional funding, which producers are holding back their production because maybe they could produce more with a bit of government intervention, which reserves are matching their market output. All of that would be very, very interesting. The second point, Madam Speaker, is when you look at that, that raises a lot of questions that I do hope journalists will be looking at. But then we also want to understand where did that suddenly come from? And when the Minister was asked in the committee stage, he was pressed a number of times, and finally, in response to the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, he said, it has been identified by officials that we need it. He did not rule out having any information or any correspondence or any advocacy between his office or his officials with people, with big producers who might benefit from this very last-minute amendment to the amendment bill. Now, if there was nothing to hide here, that minister is a competent minister. He knows what to say. He would rule it out. He would just say, there has not been that. He did not say that. He said there was, the change had been identified as needed by the officials. So there are a lot of questions to be asked, and I'm sure we will be asking them, and I can imagine journalists will be asking them, about what kind of communications have happened over the last 24 hours that might add a bit more context to why we got this dropped on us. Then we go to the really interesting thing in the law about the open-ended proviso in section 56AAB, which says that information must be subject, but, and there's a gaping but here, subject to any limits or restrictions prescribed under that new regulation-making power. Those regulations have not been made, and those regulations are very likely, as we have seen with other regulations that have happened in other industries, to be made with involvement from the sector and possibly to be subject to regulatory capture. And for those who don't know what regulatory capture it is, it's when there is a set of regulations made with industry input that are very, very difficult to change. So the questions are, who is going to supply that information? And when those regulations are made, they will specify what information will be supplied, what information will be withheld, what information will be aggregated and how will it be aggregated. And we didn't hear a satisfactory response to that from the question from the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods. It will make governing rules over confidentiality protections, and it will also govern publication times and who gets access to the information. That is an awful lot of power to go into regulations that have not been made yet that are going to limit the information that may be published under new section 56 AAB. And that is why I say that we have been sold a lemon here, because we were sold a bill that was going to be about transparency, and yet the real effect of it is that it will keep a lot of the information out of the public sector while giving the government and ministers lots of privileged commercial information. And that commercial privileged information could be used very appropriately to apply a just transition, to help taxpayers get the benefit of the $1.2 billion loan scheme that was announced in the budget, to reduce our dependency on gas. If so, fantastic, we're all on the same page. But as I have laid out, it could also be used for other reasons. It could be used for investors. It could be used for business cases. It could be used to help government make decisions about who might be able to justify more drilling, or even if producers are underperforming, to intervene and make them perform better so that more gas is produced and that our fields run out more quickly. There are so many things that could happen as a result of the open-ended information disclosures that give the government so much information, and yet we don't get to see it, members of the public don't get to see it. They only get to see what whoever is writing those regulations wants them to see. And I can tell you now that those who stand to benefit, the big corporations, will have a big hand in that. So the real question from here on in that we need answered to give us some surety is what happened over the last 24 hours that led to this amendment being put on the table. Who did the minister or his officials have conversations with? And what is the real agenda behind the $1.2 billion loans and this bill before us today?
Madam Speaker.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to see universal support across the House for fixing the basics and building the future.
Dana Kirkpatrick stood up the quickest, so I will call Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the interests of expediency and urgency, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Gas Market Transparency Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill, third reading.
Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, the bill continues this government's focus on reducing excessive regulatory burden that has accumulated over successive reforms to the CCCFA. This bill is about ensuring consumer credit is regulated in a way that is effective, proportionate and that makes sense within the wider regulatory landscape. The Finance Markets Authority is the conduct regulator for the financial markets. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have a different regulator responsible for consumer credit. This bill simplifies the regulatory landscape by transferring functions under the CCCFA from the Commerce Commission to the FMA. This puts the FMA in a position to regulate consumer credit, consistent with its approach to other financial markets. When the FMA takes over from the Commerce Commission on 1 July this year, this bill will give it the regulatory tools to effectively protect the interests of consumers. This includes, among other things, improved oversight of lenders through the FMA's licensing regime, other administrative powers such as direction orders that enable the FMA to respond swiftly to breaches of the CCCFA. It is also important that liability settings in the CCCFA are proportionate. This bill does this in 3 ways. It removes a due diligence duty and attendant personal liability for directors and senior managers. The changes I've just outlined make this form of liability unnecessary. The bill also addresses 2 issues with how the CCCFA assigns liability for the costs of borrowing in the event a lender has breached certain disclosure requirements. The first issue, as this House well knows, is a historical one. The bill backdates reforms made in 2019 to protect the market from redress that the courts consider unjust. This has no impact on the class litigation against ANZ and ASB. The second issue is an ongoing issue. To say that lenders are liable for the full costs of borrowing until they have fixed the disclosure breach is the wrong starting point when the breach was trivial or otherwise harmless. The bill addresses this for new loan agreements without removing this form of redress for borrowers. Madam Speaker, the bill has its origins. That bill has its origin in policies announced over 2 years ago. I want to conclude by thanking everyone who has contributed to its development and evolution. I want to thank the Honourable Andrew Bailey. I want to thank the Honourable Scott Simpson, my predecessors. I want to thank officials and the many individuals and organisations who took time to make submissions on the CCCFA Amendment Bill, both during policy development and at Select Committee. Just on Select Committee, the hard-working Finance and Expenditure Committee, now chaired by Ryan Hamilton and deputy chaired by Dan Bidwell. FEC studied these reforms, worked through submissions and developed some very sensible changes. The net result of all this thought and effort is a bill that I am confident will improve how effectively and efficiently consumer credit is regulated in New Zealand. Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
3.5 minutes. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is relevant what the Minister has said in his legislative statement to the House, that this bill gives effect to policy decisions that were made 2 years ago and built on the work of the Labor government in reforming consumer credit access to make sure that the rules were proportionate to the risk and to ensure that our financial system at the level of controls within organisations is robust. And that is why, Madam Speaker, it may surprise some of the members sitting around the House to be sitting here in what is technically Thursday of a budget week, in this period that is well understood to be a sort of free hit for the government, where it is encouraged even that the government would pass legislation that is to do with the budget and to give effect to the financial decisions which are empowered by the budget in a period of urgency which is well understood and largely well supported by major parties within the House. It is important that the government would be able to give effect to those things which relate to budget documents and budget policy decisions as soon as possible when they've been announced and they affect ordinary people's lives. But this, Madam Speaker, is a piece of legislation which was first mooted in May 2025. And why was it delayed, you might ask? Well, it went swiftly to Select Committee, which the Minister has alluded to. He was the chair of it at the time, and we embarked swiftly on a program of work to hear from submitters. And it was important for submitters to be able to have their say because it emerged in the course of submissions that thousands of New Zealanders were owed debts by 2 banks that posted a total profit of about $6 billion in that financial year, and the government was seeking to forgive those debts at the point they crystallised, which was in a class action litigation before the courts at the time the committee considered it. So the delay, Madam Speaker, from the Labor government's introduction of laws to tidy up this process of credit contracts, and then for the bill that was seeking to change the way that consumers were able to bring claims against their banks, not only from the date of the legislation but before the legislation was enacted, that delay happened because there was pushback from those people who would have lost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars that they were owed that accrued during the period of 2015 to 2019. And Madam Speaker, I want to read you the sort of correspondence that was received by those people when one of the banks, let them know after the Select Committee made what was a sensible change. Thousands of people around New Zealand, mums and dads who had mortgages on their homes, received a letter that said, Something like, Dear Tom, on the 5th of October 2025, ASB agreed to settle a representative proceeding, commonly referred to as a class action, that related to ASB customers who held a home or personal loan. And those customers then duly went and checked their bank accounts and found that they had between $300 to thousands of dollars that had turned up overnight. Madam Speaker, that is more than any tax cut would have netted them. That is more than what the government have offered them in things like childcare subsidies. These are people who are struggling with rising costs of groceries, of electricity bills, and of their personal banking services. For that to happen at that time was incredibly important to them, and that was through a series of really great submissions by ordinary people who came along to the committee and told the committee exactly how this would affect them, and parties around the House, all except the National Party at that time, began to agree that it was unfair for consumers to have to shoulder that burden. The reason why we are here in budget urgency debating this bill is because it has been an embarrassing attempt at a law change which would have required the government to run roughshod over the rights of thousands of ordinary New Zealanders, and then an embarrassing back down because minor parties and opposite parties, Labour and Greens included, advocated consistently for the government to change their mind, and they eventually did. The delay and the reason why it has taken 2 years to get to this policy point is important to understand, because what does it truly say about how we make law in this country? One, that we simply don't have the appropriate safeguards for this kind of decision making. That at all stages, ministers and officials were contacted by the New Zealand Banking Association, by the banks themselves, and by corporate lawyers who did not have to disclose that they were acting in the interests of the banks to advocate for a policy change which would have created this debt forgiveness regime. It was unfair when they asked Labour for it in 2017. It was unfair when they asked John Key for it and Jackie Dean for it in 2016. It was unfair when they asked Chris Farfoy for it in 2019. All of those ministers rejected it. But this government relied on not only the official advice, where the New Zealand Banking Association also had access to officials, but on their own decisions, also based on the advice of the Reserve Bank that accepted the New Zealand Banking Association's number of $12 billion worth of financial risk to the New Zealand financial system. That number was unreasonable. Officials should not have relied on it. And it continues to be an example of where going back through the timeline shows that we are not getting the right kind of information about these kinds of risks before they come to light. And yet, the Select Committee did make the right decision. The committee made the right decision to leave essentially those two cases to work their way through the courts. One of those banks saw the writing on the wall and made the refunds that it needed to make to its customers. And so we have thousands of happy customers who are happy that National changed their mind on this. But there are still thousands of customers out there that are owed money by ANZ. And it would be unusual in this House to name one corporate entity, but it is directly relevant to this legislation. Because now that Parliament has given a clear indication of whether the law should or should not apply, that is a corporate organisation that owes money at this point in time, and a court has decided that it owes money at this point in time. It owes debts. And every day that passes is a debt that it has not repaid to consumers. New Zealanders who are owed money by ANZ should rightly be assured that this Parliament stands behind that debt because of this decision. That is still working its way through the courts, and they are entitled to do that, but it is important that this decision stands as a decision which was unanimously supported at the committee stage. Even if you're not an ASB or ANZ customer, Madam Speaker, decisions like this matter, the implications matter. Consumer law is tough for a reason. We've had a National Minister in the last 3 weeks stand on the stage in front of a competition conference and up penalties for corporates who make mistakes in things that they do with consumers. Why? Because consumers can't negotiate every contract that they enter into with their grocer, with their bank, with their energy company. The disparate power between those two entities is huge. And so it's important that the penalties for getting something wrong, if you are the larger entity, are fair and appropriate and large. But this kind of lawmaking says very clearly two things. One, If you are a corporate entity and you muck up, you can wait for a government like this to fix it for you. And we are seeing more and more of that, not only with this case, but with the Uber decision and with Fonterra's climate litigation. That is a problem. The law should be known and knowable at the time. It should be enforced by the courts and by Parliament alike. The second thing is that it tells the incumbents and challenger banks something important about the way the banking system works in New Zealand. There are countries that we sometimes compare ourselves to that will tell banks what government thinks they should do, and banks will act on that under the proviso that they will be protected by their governments. Jurisdictions that have that kind of arrangement between banks and governments rely on a flow of information between banks and governments, which is not like our open economy has. Our open economy relies on incumbents and challenger banks being treated in the same way. But if I was Revolut looking to open cheaper banking services in New Zealand, I would back off fast, because what this decision shows is that a national government has the interests of incumbent banks top and centre when it is considering legislation which will affect competition in this market. It is important that governments are open to challenges, especially when they are telling the public that we need more competition in a sector like banking. Finally, it also is a bill which should have improved the settings around buy now, pay later. Because of this government's change to the settings, which was advocated by one minor party that got less than most of, than the constituency vote of New Zealand First, then it was a decision which meant that Zip can charge $40 every purchase for young people who use it as a credit product. Afterpay can charge $68, and financial hardship cases that financial mentors are seeing have gone up 700 in the year since that was introduced. There is more hardship because of the lack of change in these rules. This is a bill which should have sorted out buy now, pay later as a proper credit consumer contract. It did not, and therefore this is a failure of a bill. We thought we might be able to support it at this stage. We cannot. It does not improve things for consumers. It sends all the wrong signals. This government should hang its head in shame.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to reflect on the fact that we're having this third reading under urgency. It is deeply puzzling that on a week that's supposed to be about the government advancing its priorities in relationship to the budget, that we are rushing a third reading of a bill that, in my view, has had a shambolic process and has actually, in my view, required countless of ordinary people having their voices made loud and clear for the government to concede that what they were about to do was to make laws that were taking the side of huge banks as opposed to everyday people exercising their power to take on big corporates through the judicial system. And I want to reflect that this follows on from a really concerning pattern of legislative behaviour and actions from this government. The previous speaker commented on how the government also overrode the case that people took against Uber, for example. Yes, this is such a prime example of the government once again taking on the side of big corporates. The same thing in Fonterra. And I want to acknowledge, first of all, the people who took these proceedings to court, because that would have not been easy. It's not easy to take on big banks at the court, let alone win. And I think what is particularly concerning in the case of this legislation, if we look at the journey of the legislation, was that previous governments had actually held their ground against lobbying from banks that would have sought to actually allow them to effectively have this debt forgiveness regime. And it's really clear that there's been a shift of attitude and behavior from this government towards that kind of approach from big banks. After the Select Committee stage, we had huge concerns at that point that the retrospectivity component was not yet addressed. And I'm glad that at least the National Party saw the light and potentially, I guess, the electoral consequences of going ahead with the bill as it was during the Select Committee, because I think they realised that voters we're likely about to punish them if they continue keeping the retrospectivity and allowed to override basically the proceedings of Simon Orse versus ANZ Bank and ASB Bank Limited. And I think that the amendments that were put forward later on were an acknowledgement that you cannot just trample on people's dignity and contributions when they are telling the government crystal clear that their decisions are about to take on the side of huge corporates. And so while we are glad that the government and particularly the National Party took this approach to back down from some of the retrospectivity components, I think that the changes to ensure consequences for disclosure failures are still, in my view, problematic. And I want to make it clear that the Green Party does not support this bill. I think, as the previous speaker noted, this bill, if anything, had an opportunity to actually strengthen consumer protections and simplify enforcements under the Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Act, but we're not actually making the most of the opportunity to actually look at this wholesomely. And in fact, what I think was also a shame, if I reflect back on the select committee sessions that I had a privilege to sub in, and I want to acknowledge my colleagues, Francisco Hernandez and Chloe Swarbrick, who have been during this term permanent members, as well as the other members who have been permanent members in that select committee. And I do want to give a shout out to Aotearoa Williams, who I know has been very diligent in the scrutiny of this bill. Those members ended up taking, in my view, the majority of the time on the scrutiny of this bill, addressing the component of the retrospectivity. And in my view, that's it's a shame, because I think this bill in and of itself actually presented an opportunity to look at a range of much more broader issues. Buy now, pay later, like it's another issue that I think the member, Aotearoa Williams, described that had merit being addressed in this bill and wasn't. And I do think this is a shame, because you're not looking at the equity components of what bills like this one could genuinely address. And if we look at, again, the process that we undertook on this bill, now that we're finally at the third reading, I think it cannot be said in the context of the fact that at every stage, when we have other, procedures such as, inquiries into banking competition, and we have the government talking about wanting to enhance competition within the banking sector, but then send signals through bills like this one that actually big banks will continue being favoured, basically, when it comes to competition laws or even legislation here versus, say, for example, outcomes of consumers. I think this sends a chilling effect to any potential competitor that wants to take on the likes of ASB and ANZ. Now, these two players are not small, family-owned businesses that deserve attention from, I think, or any pandering from any government, any political party. As it has been noted, they have made humongous profits, while ordinary people are literally having to take on debt simply to make ends meet. And this is why I think this bill attracted a big amount of public and media attention, because, again, it was people who were being generous enough to share during the select committee period the outcomes that this bill would have had if the retrospectivity component was not addressed. And I know that we heard not just from clients and people who may have been taking part of the class action, we heard from legal experts and consumer advocates. And, when we've got experts that continuously get dismissed, ignored, brushed off, when we've got experts who question, for example, the numbers that were presented by officials in terms of the financial risk, I am concerned that this goes back to a pattern of behavior where, people who actually hold expertise, and I want to acknowledge that across our whole of Parliament, no one is an expert in every portfolio, and therefore we rely on people who actually have trained, have spent their lives being experts in subject areas to actually contribute to bills like this one. And when we see that expertise being brushed aside and perhaps only listened to for matters of electoral convenience, I worry that people are going to start wondering, well, what is the point? But I want to reassure members of the public that this bill is also a great example that in numbers there can be strength. When people particularly people who voted for political parties that are in government, show up and make it clear that support for government parties is at risk due to decisions, that political parties can actually cave into that pressure. And this is why I want to once again commend that throughout this process, people have made their voices loud and clear. They do not want a government that takes sides with ANC and ASB over everyday people. I want to commend, or I guess I want to at least acknowledge the coalition parties in the government outside of National, who I know actually understood what was wrong with this bill. And I can tell that they did. And I want to, particularly acknowledge that as a constructive element in an MMP environment where sometimes those other political parties can actually play a decent role at actually putting pressure in the larger party to do the right thing and address some of the most problematic components of this bill. Again, the amendment that was put in the committee of the whole House stage does not go far enough. I once again want to go back to the issue that, successive governments led by Labour or National have pushed back against the lobbying from the banks to make changes to relationship to the debt forgiveness regime. And I hope that this is the last case, the last time that the National Party caves in to this pressure. We deserve a government that actually takes the side of everyday people as opposed to the big banks. And when I hear, members of the opposite side say, read the bill, well, I invite them to make contributions that are more than 10 seconds, because as far as I'm aware, I am none the wiser that throughout this bill or other bills and every other debates, they have actually read the bill when their contributions are 10 seconds long. So I appreciate that perhaps they want to scrutinize my knowledge on the bill, but I invite them to show their own expertise on the bill by actually outlining the back down that they took in the committee of the whole House stage. So, Madam Speaker, like I said, on the whole, we're disappointed that this bill didn't actually do what it was right for consumers, and the Green Party will not be supporting it on third reading and question the use of urgency to rush it through at this time.
Todd Stevenson.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I rise on behalf of ACT to speak in support of the Credit Contracts Consumer Finance Act. It's actually entirely appropriate that we're dealing with this in budget week under urgency. Not only did we have to clean up a massive economic mess left by the last government, they also wasted 6 years to actually make regulatory changes in important areas to New Zealanders. This bill is proportionate, it's effective, it's cleaning up some red tape and regulations, and it's making sure that credit and consumers are looked after. We're modernising this area of law, and I want to say that the Finance and Expenditure Committee did an excellent job in listening to submitters on a whole range of issues, not just the ones around the banking cases. This is an excellent piece of law. It actually is going to continue to support this government's economic agenda, and I commend it to the House.
Dr. David Wilson.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill. This was one of the first bills that was put in front of me when I arrived in Parliament. Thank you very much for that. Quite difficult to get through some of the issues, and I thank members from the other side basically saying that the Select Committee got there in the end, which I agree it did, and I'd like to just sort of have a shout out to the then committee chair, who is now the Minister. The thing I think is probably which gives me the most confidence here is this is moving to FMA oversight, the Financial Markets and Authority oversight of this kind of activity, which I think will help in the future. So we're streamlining credit laws and strengthening regulatory oversight. Therefore, we commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to address a couple of the broader, comments around this bill that we've heard in the House, and particularly I want to address the comments my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March made around why this bill needs to be under urgency. And we heard from the Minister that part of the reason is because the effect of this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, this bill needs to take effect on the 1st of July. Now, 1st of July, as we've seen with any bills that does come through the House, this commencement date itself has been amended from the original date, because the original date was a date set by order in council, which means that the date could actually be further amended. There's no reason for this bill to actually be coming into the House under urgency for two additional reasons, Madam Chair. And I think this is partly an indication that this government has, for lack of better term, run out of gas when it comes to legislation, because the committee stage of this took place on Wednesday morning, the 27th of May, which is technically 3 days ago by calendar days, but 1 day ago by House days. This bill could have had its third reading Wednesday afternoon. It again does not need to be in the House right now. And while I admit that if there's no reason that this bill's commencement date can be altered from the 1st of July 2026, bearing in mind that there's still another week and a half of sitting week before that date, it does bring into question why this and the subsequent bills we will be reading are coming to the House under urgency. Potentially, maybe that particular minister, being one of the newest ministers, is one of the few people who's actually left from the team. So maybe because being one of the junior ministers, you get the short end of the straw when it comes to the bills that goes through the House. But I do also think that
Mr. Junan, the current minister actually, and we don't talk about ministers, and I'm not suggesting you did, who were and weren't here, but the actual current minister is actually
oh, right absolutely.
Here. Yes.
Absolutely. Sorry, I apologize, Madam Speaker. Not junior minister, minister outside of cabinet. But I do want to say that one of the disappointment with the committee stage for this particular bill is the fact that we weren't given an opportunity to have a full engagement with the minister. And I do hope that for some of the subsequent bills that the minister is in charge of that we're going to be discussing, we will get the opportunity, because we could have asked a little bit more around the enforcement when it comes to the FMA. And I think we could have asked a little bit more around what exactly happened and the timeline when we're looking at the potential retrospectivity which happened during the Select Committee stage and potentially later on taken out, and what that would involve in terms of the kind of responses that the minister, as well as the officials, as well as the government parties received as a result of the class action when it comes to Seymour and Winston and ANZ versus and ANZ and ASB. But on that particular part, even the fact that the government parties has entertained the retrospectivity signals the priority of the national government when you're looking at further punching down on everyday New Zealanders to pander to their big corporation overlords. We've seen that with ASB and ANZ, which, by the way, makes, as the previous speaker, Arana Williams mentioned, makes $6 billion. That money, considering that successive governments sold ASB and ANZ to Australia, isn't going to be coming to New Zealand and to our, is going to be encouraging, supporting our economy in that sense. But not only that, we've heard about Uber, we've heard of Aotearoa, we've heard about the other areas as well. And I think this bill is, in essence, a good start with something that we did wanted to perfect and wanted to improve in the first reading and during the Select Committee stage, but was disappointed in subsequent stages because of the changes. But it also means that we couldn't actually ask the minister, and also in that sense around the enforcement aspect and the actual penalties. Because if you're going to be making $6 billion, what is a proportional penalty? So this is why the Green Party will not be supporting this bill. It is not good anymore.
Ryan Hamilton.
Can I firstly just acknowledge the new Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and this being the first bill to go through the full suite and come into law. Great shepherding through several ministers, but great finale for Minister Brewer. And secondly, when Labor passed this in 2015 and 2019, in 2019, we recognised that this retrospecifity clause was a bit untidy. It was a promise made, and today it's a promise delivered. I commend the bill.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, it's great to be able to take a call and on the Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill, a bill without brackets in its title, which is a nice change for what we've been talking about this morning. But the junior minister opposite, I think, just said that we've run out of time, and the good news is that we definitely haven't, which is great, because we are in this third reading, which means it's the final opportunity for us to talk about what it is that we are not happy about in this bill. I think what's important is to come back to the essence of what this bill sets out to do and who it sets out to do it for, because it's talking about streamlining compliance, so my question is, for who? And it talks about strengthening, or what it should be talking about is strengthening consumer protections. Because what we're talking about here is an environment where you might have an individual up against an incredibly large company, and we've heard the scale of some of those annual turnover figures of some of the sizes of our biggest banks. And if you think about taking on a bank with a $6 billion turnover, and I know who I'd be thinking probably has the most firepower and the most legal representation should it come to that. So my question really is, if the aim is to simplify regulation, reduce compliance costs and improve consumer outcomes, is that really what this bill is going to achieve? Now, when it was in front of Select Committee, and it's good that there are some bills in this term of government from this coalition government that actually get the proper scrutiny that a Select Committee should provide. And someone on the other side shouted out heaps. I think there are a number of examples of bills, very important bills, some even just in the last week in this budget urgency, that have progressed through all stages without even getting near a Select Committee. And that's not good governance, it's not responsible lawmaking, but it is pattern of behaviour that we continue to see from this government. So what I've done is gone back to look at some of the 1,500 submissions that came to the Select Committee specifically about this bill. And I'm going to go through each one of those submissions, but I'm not, because I don't have time. I'm going to look
You definitely don't have time.
I'm going to look at a number of those submissions, and particularly I'm going to look at submissions that advocate on behalf of individuals as opposed to submissions that were made by large corporations or by people paid to act and represent those large corporations and their interests in that Select Committee environment. I'm going to start with the Citizens Advice Bureau, who do incredible work in our communities. We've got an amazing Citizens Advice Bureau located down there in New Brighton, so I wanted to give a big shout out to Stowe and the team at Citizens Advice Bureau for the amazing work that they do to advocate and support for individuals in our community. Now, they particularly call out Clause 12 of the bill, and they say they are very concerned about the implications of Clause 12 of the bill and recommend that it is removed. The reasons for this is that it removes the requirement for continuing disclosure if the creditor maintains a website where the debtor can access information about their unpaid balance after each transaction. So what you're talking about here is an assumption in law, and it is an assumption, that every New Zealander has easy and ready access to online websites, to the connectivity that they need, to the data that they have to pay for to do that. You are assuming that every New Zealander can readily and easily access that information online. If the lender, the big corporation, makes it available online, that person can come and find it. And that would be a great assumption to make if you had also committed to resolving the issue that we have in New Zealand about digital equity and the huge gaps that we see for many New Zealanders who are unable to enjoy the access to services that you are increasingly needing to be able to operate in New Zealand currently. And we've also seen this in some of the bills that we've discussed in budget urgency this week about the interface with government departments like the Ministry of Social Development and the increasing use of digital decision-making, but also that digital interaction with those agencies. So I think that's a very good point that the Citizens Advice Bureau make. They do an amazing job of representing. I'm very grateful for their submission. I'm disappointed to see that even with the strength of their submission at that select committee, it was still not listened to by the governing parties who are instead pushing this bill through today. Now, the next one I wanted to look at is the Community Law Submission, another amazing organisation that operates across Aotearoa, providing legal support and advice to New Zealanders. We refer a lot of people to community law. They do great work. Now, the general comment that they start with is that their key concern is in relation to the suite of financial service legislative reforms, the adequate protection of financially or otherwise vulnerable customers. So this is people who were given loans that were unaffordable for the start, and there's a lot of challenges with these loans and in having robust enough enforcement of protections in law to stop that from happening. We see there are people out there who will prey on vulnerable people, who will put them into situations that actually push them further into debt. They are not there to help them. They are there to make things harder for them. The people doing this, financially benefit from doing that. They put people in compromising positions and far worse positions, and it would be good for us to be able to provide better protections for those people in law. That is not what is happening with this bill in its current form. And the final submission that I wanted to get to was the submission here that came through from the Salvation Army. Now, I don't need to introduce the Salvation Army. Everybody knows about the incredible work that they do in our community. One of their biggest concerns was add-on insurance. So this is where people will make a purchase, and then there are other things that they add on, that the person selling them the product, in this example it's a car, adds on top to increase the level of the debt, and often unknowingly people commit to far greater levels of debt than they can afford. The example they give here is a person that they call Maria, who purchased a car in 2022 for $16,450, but by the time her loan included all of the additional add-ons, that was nearly 30% on top, of more than $5,000 on top, which took the total loan to $21,503. So it makes what seems like a very manageable, sustainable level of debt all of a sudden spiral out of control because all of these additional costs and charges have been added on top. That is an opportunity in this piece of legislation to stop that kind of behaviour. And the minister across the other side says you haven't added much. What I've added in comparison, sorry, not the minister, the member, sorry for my false advertising, the member on the other side who claims that I haven't added much should compare the contribution I've made in resharing 3 of the 1,500 submissions, the majority of which are opposed to this piece of legislation. Compare that to the contributions made by his colleagues in this House for this piece of legislation that they believe is so important it has to be moved through in budget urgency on a Saturday, and yet they will speak for 5 or 8 or 12 seconds on the bill in order to move it through. It's an embarrassment. It discredits the work that you're doing, that you cannot even speak, not you, Madam Speaker, the member opposite, not a minister, the MP opposite. So my question in closing for my contribution this afternoon, as it is now in the House, is really, who are you doing this for? Because it isn't the people reflected in those submissions from those highly reputable organisations that do such good work in our community.
This debate is interrupted. The House will resume at 2 p.m.